enough from me.
All right. Any questions about anything we've talked about so far before we move into use of force?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anybody need a quick break? Use the restroom?
Yeah, if we could, real quick.
All right, 5 minutes. It is currently, I've got 5 till on my clock. Be back here on the hour.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So is that SOP now that detectives are not allowed to be part of SWAT?
It's been like that for a while.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Callum, that has been part of the SOP for as long as I can remember.
Yeah,
You should read those things sometimes, you know?
I was pretty sure it was, but there's been some SOP changes I haven't had the chance to check since some people, different people took divisions over, so.
Yeah, I don't think that was really
That
people
one
taking
wasn't,
divisions
and that's
over a thing.
just
I think that was yeah.
that's just to protect identities and whatnot and yada.
That's
yada,
what I
this and that.
figured. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That makes all the senses.
Mason just got booted from his spot. They said, "Move, bitch."
Yes, sir.
I'm used to the abuse. It's
Considering who did it, are you surprised?
No, not at all.
Not in the least.
So in the slideshow, we're on we're on block 2, correct?
Yeah, we're on use of force now.
Oh, use of force. Okay.
TC, you leave my bitch alone.
I just had to make sure I was still following along.
He's finally realizing that I'm better than him.
Also, Jason, request.
Yeah, what's up?
We are an hour in, and we just got through the specialties portion. Can you talk faster, please?
What are you talking about? We're an hour in. We're not an hour in.
Jason.
Yeah, we
We're
are.
starting
I
56
hate to break it to you,
56
Callum, but
minutes
we
ago
are.
Was when this was scheduled to
Yep.
start. All right, you dragging ass. Let's pitter patter.
Let's get
Thank you.
fucking at her.
I won't lie. Buck did talk fast as fuck. He did go through it.
Give her balls a tug, Callum.
Why
What?
is there so many attitudes today?
That's a good question.
I'm about to fucking cuss everybody out if y'all keep on with these goddamn attitudes. I swear to fucking God.
Y'all grumpy for a Saturday morning.
If y'all gonna be grumpy,
Saturday
get the
afternoon for
fuck
me,
out of here.
bro.
Considering I
I
literally
haven't had
woke
enough
up
alcohol yet today.
Get back here, bitch.
and had to deal with BS, I think I have a right to.
Yeah,
I'm hangry.
Callum, can we up the some more? Apparently, Wyatt has a problem with alcohol.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying to be a
Ooh,
better
it's
public
fucked,
speaker.
All right,
But
I'm
you're
back. I'm
fucking
good.
our drinking game up.
Alright. Well, maybe you shouldn't.
Maybe you shouldn't say or so much, and we wouldn't drink for it.
I try not
He
to.
just said he's trying to be a better speaker, but he's fucking our game up by doing it.
Listen, we're dragging him down already as it is. Fucking keep going, Callum.
Kel, let's not kill my LT's liver this time.
Yeah, the last academy you taught, we may or may not have been trashed like an hour and a half in.
Uh-huh.
There's
Hour and a
That's
half.
too
Fuck,
much.
it was like 30 minutes.
Cadets, pay attention. This is what you don't want to become.
Exactly.
Joke's on you, I'm
What,
sorry.
old and bitter?
Get fucked.
You still drink?
Old and bitter drunks?
Yeah, I don't drink, so I'm good.
Oh, you're just
There you
missing
go.
out.
Okay, back to work.
You both back?
paperwork.
He's got 2 more
Yes,
minutes.
sir.
here.
I know we got 2 more minutes, but if they're both back, we'll get started.
I don't know. I'm gonna make my coffee.
Well, there's 3 of them now,
Can I
so.
DoorDash hard Mountain Dew?
Yeah.
They're going crazy.
Because somebody left the room.
I about died laughing when you said 90-pound fur missiles.
Yep. That's what canines are.
I never thought of it that way till you said it.
That's what they are. Ask anybody who's been hit by one.
I mean, they do bite hard when they bite. I know. I've got 5 of them little bastards. Let's just put it this way. If I'm goofing around with somebody else and the mama is around to see it, she will sit there and bark and go crazy at me.
That they will do. All right. Let's get started again. So you're going to go to your use of force. We'll say this about use of force. This is the part that if anything you pay attention to, this is one of the most important things. Use of force is the place where officers will either end up carried by 6 or tried by 12. And what I mean by that is not being competent in your use of force and being afraid to utilize force when necessary can get you killed. And using force inappropriately can get you put in prison. All right. So use of force is very important. Make sure that you are paying very close attention and ask all the questions you need to, because we want to make sure that we have a good understanding of it. To start out with, in order to understand what force is lawful for us to use, and we are absolutely lawfully allowed to use force when appropriate and when lawful to do so, that force being all the way up to deadly force and taking somebody's life, you need to first understand why we're using that force. And in order to understand that, we have something called subject classification. Subject classification is simply stated what a person is doing that makes us have to use force against them. All right. Now there's 4 types of subject classification. There's 4 levels of subject classification. The first one is passive compliant. What is a passive compliant person? What do you think?
Someone who like obeys the law, follows, and respects it.
Okay. More related to you, what are they doing?
Just cooperating.
Yeah, good. So 80% of the people we meet out on the street in our daily job are going to be passive compliant individuals. They're going to recognize your authority.
That's why we endorse the Commercial Radio and Audio Australia Codes of
and
Practice.
the badge that you're wearing, and they know that they have to listen to police. And if they don't, there's consequences for that. And as such, they will listen to you. They're going to follow all your verbal commands. They're going to do what you ask them to do. They're not going to fight you. They're not going to try to resist you in any way. They're just going to do what a good law-abiding citizen is expected to do every single day when dealing with law enforcement. Okay? So, like I said, 80% of the people that we deal with out there are that classification, and they're not going to give you any problems. Now, next is going to be somebody who's passive resistant. So, if a passive compliant person is following all your directions and obeying your authority, what is somebody who's passive resistant doing?
Going that complete opposite.
Give me a little bit more detail on that.
So, like, if
Give me a little bit more detail on that.
To listen to okay. So, like,
Give me a little bit more. Good. But there's another aspect of it that's very important that makes them this classification as compared to something more elevated. And what is that thing?
They don't fully resist, so they could just be like using like a lot of sarcasm with you and giving you a hard time, trying to egg you on, but still, in a sense, cooperating. Like, you know, you ask for someone's ID and they're like, "Oh, I don't have to supply it," and they start talking smack, but then they hand it over. You know.
Believe it or not, that example you gave is actually passive compliant, because even though they're being mouthy, which is their First Amendment right, whether we like it or not, as long as they're not disturbing the peace, they're still complying with your directions by giving their ID, right? So when we're talking about somebody who's a passive resistor, they've gone a step further. They're not listening to us, right? And they're not going to do what we're asking them to do, which makes them a resistor. However, what makes them passive, and that's the key word there, is that the moment we try to exert physical control over them, by example, pulling them out of a vehicle, grabbing their arm, putting them in handcuffs, anything like that, they're no longer going to fight against us. They're no longer going to resist. Okay? So that's what makes a passive resistor, is somebody who's not going to do what you want them to do. They might be mouthy, they might just not want to do it, they might not say a word, but they're just not complying with your verbal commands. And the moment that you have to take it the next step up, which is getting, actual physical control over them, they're not going to resist that force. All right? So that's a passive resistor. So if a passive resistor is not resisting that force, but they're not listening to your commands, what is an active resistor? Which is the next step.
Somebody that's fighting you every step of the way, they're trying to get away from you, they're moving their arms around and whatnot, trying to not be in contact with you.
Yeah,
They're-
good. So a person who won't follow my verbal commands, and more so, they're now going to start resisting my attempts to apply physical control over them, right? So, for example, if I'm trying to pull a person out of a vehicle and they white knuckle the steering wheel and make it so that I can't easily take them out of the vehicle, that's an active resistor. If I'm dealing with somebody and they're face to face with me and I tell them to turn around and put their hands behind their back and they run away from me, that's an active resistor. All right? So, if an active resistor is somebody who's going to try to prevent me from using physical control, but they're doing so in either a non-aggressive manner by just resisting simply or by trying to get away, what is an active aggressor?
Someone that I guess can put your hands on you while they're trying to resist.
Yeah, they're going to be the same as an active resistor, but instead of just trying to get away or prevent me from using force by white knuckling or holding on to something or pulling their arms away, now they're actually trying to use force back against me, right? An active aggressor is the one that's going to take your life. They're the ones that are the most dangerous, and they're the ones that are going to require the most force that we can, use according to what they're doing. So it's somebody who's resisting verbal commands, and they're resisting my attempts to use force, but worst and most harmful to our safety is now they're attempting to harm us. Whether that be by punching, kicking, biting, spitting, or pulling a gun, in one way or another, they're trying to do harm to us. All right? So we need to appropriately act. Now that we understand what subject classification is, and we can classify our subjects that we're dealing with, and we classify literally everybody we come in contact with, now we need to know what force we can use according to that classification. Do we have any questions about subject classification?
No, sir.
Nope.
All right. So use of force requires us to have an understanding of the situation. The situation being the white circle in the center of all that, right? What is the situation? It's the events that are going on around us at all times. Whether we're, on patrol, whether we're dealing with a person, whether we're sitting in our patrol car eating lunch. There's always a situation going on. And it's important to understand that. And we like to use a phrase called living in condition yellow. When you're out there on the street in a marked car, in a uniform, doing your job, you should be always living in condition yellow. All right. What is condition yellow? Well, condition yellow is a mental state of mind where you're not immediately expecting an attack, but you're not being complacent either. You're ready for whatever might happen because you're mentally sharp, mentally aware, and you're aware of your surroundings. Most of the people in the world today live in condition green. Something could happen and they would have no clue it's coming because they're oblivious to their surroundings. And I'm sure you've seen it out and about where you go. We as police officers, we don't ever live in condition green. Okay? Even when you're off duty, you shouldn't live in condition green. And you'll find that as you continue on in this career, you're going to be very observant of the people around you all the time. That's living in condition yellow. Now, when you're on a call, when you're dealing with people in front of you who you've either been called to deal with or you're seeing something that you're having to deal with them for, you're in condition red. Condition red is simply that you expect and have planned for the very worst to happen. I like to say plan for the worst, but hope for the best. Okay? Another person that I used to deal with a lot, they always said that you should Meet and greet everybody with a smile and professionalism, but have a plan to kill them. Now, that sounds very harsh and very improper PC-wise, which you'll find I'm not very PC anyway. But it's true. As a police officer, you should always have a plan to use the most amount of force necessary to defend your life at any moment. That's living in condition red. All right. So the situation, going back to that, is our evaluation of what is happening right now in this very moment. And the situation is dynamic. Who knows what dynamic means?
Ever changing.
Ever changing. Very good. So because the situation is dynamic, our assessment of the situation is also dynamic. It's changing with everything that we do every second that goes by. We might show up on a call and somebody might be very friendly, very nice, not trying to do any harm to us whatsoever. And then all of a sudden you tell them we're going to be arresting somebody for a crime that we believe they've committed. And now that person who was very nice and very, polite and respectful is now trying to choke you out and kill you. That is a dynamic situation. You need to plan accordingly. What are the three parts of dealing with a situation or understanding a situation you're in, rather? They're there in the black arrows.
Access, plan, and act.
Assess, plan, and act. Yep. And as you can see, those arrows connect with each other in a circle, which means it's ongoing because, again, a situation is dynamic. So every moment that you're in a situation with a person or on a call or whatever, you're assessing what's happening. You're making a plan based on what your assessment is, and then you're acting based on that plan, right? So as I come onto a scene, for example, let's say I get called to a fight scene where an altercation has occurred verbally. As I'm walking up to two individuals who are arguing with each other, I'm assessing the fact that this could quickly go sideways. They're verbally upset, they're verbally arguing, and the moment is very heated, right? This is a situation that could rapidly escalate into something else. So what is my plan? My plan is to separate the parties in order to de-escalate the situation and hopefully gain more control and more peace, right? Because that's what we are, we're peacekeepers. And how am I going to act on that plan? Well, I'm going to affect my plan by literally separating them physically if I need to, calling former officers to assist me if I need to in helping to separate them, and then getting a statement from each of them as to what's happening. But let's say as I'm walking up to them to affect that plan that I've had in mind since I arrived on scene, now they start throwing punches. Well, my situation has changed, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so my plan needs to change, right? I'm no longer going to try to just separate them. Now I've got an assault that has happened in front of me. So now my plan is I'm going to be arresting somebody for physical assault. And so my plan is that I'm going to now get somebody in handcuffs or get them both in handcuffs and effect an arrest and, do what I need to do that. So you can see you could go from 1 second to the next second to the next second, and it's constantly changing. That's why that needs to be dynamic like that. Don't ever become complacent. Complacency kills us. The moment you're complacent is the moment you're behind the 8 ball, and the moment your reaction is going to be too slow, and therefore you're no longer doing your job effectively. All right, so now let's talk about how subject classification we talked about goes into the use of force. So around that situation, you're going to see that circle that goes from light white. So around that situation, you're going to see that circle that goes dark, right? Those are our subject classifications. All right, we're talking about cooperative, which is passive.
Why am I not able to see your chat?
Resistant, active resistant, and then assaultive and serious bodily injury or death is part of the last one, which is what?
Worst case scenario.
What's the actual subject classification term that we use for that?
Weird.
We just did it. Anybody remember? One of my trainers want to help out?
Active aggressor.
There you go, active aggressor. So assaultive and bodily harm or death is all part of active aggressor, right? The reason we separate them a little bit in this use of force continuum is because we have different levels of, force that we can use according to what they're doing. So as you see, that circle is surrounding the situation because everybody in the situation is one of those things. And so now we need to talk about what our uses of force are. What's the first one in blue?
Tactical considerations.
The overall arcing one. That's part of
Oh, officer present.
officer presence. Why is officer presence actually a use of force? Doesn't sound like force, right? Not like what we think of as being using force, but why is it a use of force?
You just
There we
go in
go.
there as a threat.
All right, now I can see everybody's chat. Sorry about that.
I wouldn't say necessarily a threat, but it's
Deterrent.
definitely gonna change actions, isn't it? Our presence alone is gonna influence a person's actions, and that's why it's a use
I
of
didn't
force.
realize my
We
chat
pull up
wasn't
in a
working
marked state
properly.
police vehicle or a marked
But I fixed it.
CSO vehicle, and now somebody has the expectation as
I
an
mean,
American
yeah, it's-
citizen that there's
it's
an
gonna be
authority on
boring,
scene,
but-
and because even if they don't recognize our authority, they hate cops, they just don't believe that we have the right to do what we're doing, whatever, they're going to change what they're doing or what they're thinking in that moment. They're either going to become compliant, they're going to become resistive, or they're going to become aggressive, right? And so that's why it's the use of force. It's important to understand that your presence is a very, 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 very big use of force. And as such, you should always present yourself appropriately. What do you think a person's going to think if they don't really like police and you show up looking like, Barney Fife, shirt untucked, shoes not cleaned and shined, belt out of order and sagging, pistol looking like it hasn't seen a cleaning kit in 5 years? What do you think they're going to think?
Trash
It's a
and
couple
professional
hours.
department.
It's like 3 to 4
Or worse,
hours
what else?
of it.
Could look
They're
like
gonna
one
think-
of them.
Well, they're going to think you're ineffective as a police officer, and they're going to think that you're not a very big threat. And they're going to think that because you're not a very big threat, they can probably win in a fight against you or get one over on you and hurt you. Okay? All comes back to officer safety. Present yourself with a professional appearance, both voice, attitude, and, physical appearance. Make sure your car is clean. Make sure your hair is cut. Make sure you look like you're physically fit. All those things are very critical to you being able to do your job appropriately. We've all seen those videos of a 400-pounder coming out in a police uniform and trying to effect an arrest on somebody. And what's the first thing that person does?
Wow, what's up?
They run, right? And why wouldn't they? They definitely know Shamu is not going to be catching them anytime soon. Okay? Now, radios are faster than anybody, no matter what, but still, it's not a very imposing figure who shows up looking like that, who looks like they're out of shape and can't do their job. Don't be that. All right? That's all part of officer presence. Next, when it comes to officer presence, you have two aspects of it: perception and tactical considerations. And we've been talking about that already. Perception is not only your perception of what's happening and the people you're dealing with, it's also the people you're dealing with perceptions of you. Okay? And that's why, it's so important to make yourself look like you know what you're doing and that you're effective at your job. Because, your perception of that person might be, oh, they're intoxicated, or they're a threat, or, they're just angry and they can be
We can fire after this is done.
They're also gaining a perception of you. That goes along with tactical considerations based on that perception. All right? If you see somebody who's intoxicated, but maybe not necessarily, being a danger to you, you might think that you can de-escalate by voice as opposed to putting hands on, right? That's your tactical consideration. But keep in mind, it goes both ways. They're also making tactical considerations. They're probably not calling it that in their own mind, but they're probably making a determination on whether or not they can run from you, fight you, or if, they're afraid to do that because you know what you're doing. That's all part of that officer presence. So next, use of force continuum is what? You have officer presence being first, obviously you showing up. What's next?
Perception.
Nope. That's part of officer presence.
Verbal commands and orders?
Communication, right. Verbal commands and orders, okay? And it's not just verbal commands, it's also how you, control the room, is the way I like to say it. So you have to be confident as a police officer. There's people who complain about cops always being alphas or whatever, yada, yada, yada. Well, the fact of the matter is we have to be, right? Because we have to be able to walk into a room of 1 or 1,000 and be able to control and gain control of that room. And that is hugely done by communication. You have to sound authoritative. You have to use your voice. females, and I'm not picking on you, females have, generally softer voices and they don't sound as imposing as males. That's not always the case, but it can be. But because of that,
to
and
fix
because
that,
female
I
officers
just
are
seen
often
something
perceived to be
I gotta
weaker
fix.
and unable to do the job as well as
But
male officers,
I gotta
which
fix
is,
then.
obviously not always accurate and appropriate. But you have to make sure that you're just as commanding and have just as much authority in your voice and
I
your commands
wonder
as a male officer.
if I can do something real
That's
quick,
something that
guys.
a lot of
Hold
female
on
officers
one
kind of have a
second.
hard time learning at first. That doesn't exempt males either. There's a lot of males who I've ran into in law enforcement who don't have the command authority behind their voice, right? You need to be able to make sure you're heard, make sure you're clearly understood, and make sure that people know that you mean business when you say something. All right? We use Ask, Tell, Make, which we're going to talk about here more in a little bit, but they need to know that your Ask, Tell, Make commands mean business. You also need to be able to communicate effectively so that people understand you. Not everybody's a college professor. If you use big words, if you use language that is what we consider to be cop language, right? Talking like a police officer to somebody who's not a police officer, that's an ineffective way of communicating with somebody, right? So keep those things in mind. It becomes real easy for us as officers to start using that cop lingo, but the civilian public don't understand that cop lingo. So again, make sure you're clear and understood. Make sure that people are able to gather what you're trying to tell them or what you want them to do, and you do that through communication. All right. So you giving verbal orders is a use of force because, again, it's expected to change a behavior or to instruct a person what they're expected to do. And if they don't do that, there's consequences to it. Okay? So we've got officer presence, we've got communication. Those two things are good enough for what level of classification?
At the moment.
Hold on.
I'll do
hold
it.
on.
I'll send him an email right now. Hang on.
A passive resistor?
Maybe some passive resistors, but more so for passive compliant, right?
Okay.
A passive compliant person, you talk to them, they're going to listen, right? You show up, they're going to know that you have authority and they're expected to do what you tell them to do, or else they might go to jail. That's a passive compliant person. Sometimes passive resistant people will be responsive to just verbal commands, but not very often. All right. That's where we talk about where we have to get into actually using physical control. So what's our first level of physical control?
Hand to hand.
Okay. We refer to it as soft or hard physical control. Or also,
Scarlett,
back in
your
the day, it
hotel's
was
75.
called close hand or open hand physical control. Okay. So what is an example of soft physical control? Anybody want to take a guess?
Grabbing wrists.
Okay. Yep. What else?
I've been munching on cheese and pepperoni this whole time.
Tackling, maybe?
Mm-mm. Nope, that
Yes.
falls under hard.
I wasn't.
Any other
I have
guesses?
Shells and cheese to make for dinner, but that's
I
dinner.
would think like any form of, physical restraint with.
Okay. Yeah, good. Armbar, wrist locks, joint manipulation. Anybody ever heard of PPCT?
Why is he going over soft hand techniques when we can't even do them?
No.
Pressure point control tactics is what that is.
I've never
So
seen him try and use
utilizing
a
pressure
pistol
points in
on
the
anybody
body
either.
to cause minimal pain in order to gain compliance. Soft physical control, the idea behind soft physical control is
then this-
that we're either directing the body using the body's mechanics or causing temporary, non-permanent injury or damage to a person through pain, right? Hurt them a little bit, they're going to listen to us. Simple as that. Now, that hurting them a little bit is not intended to cause lasting or permanent damage. So where would we use soft physical control?
On a passive resistor.
Okay, yeah, passive resistor, or maybe into what?
Active.
Yeah, we can grab a hold of somebody who might try to run from us. That's soft physical control, right? And put them into an arm bar, something like that. So yes, that's going to be something that's appropriate for somebody who's doing that passive resistant or active resistant in some cases. So for the example I used back when we talked about classification was a person that's white knuckling their steering wheel when I'm trying to get them out of their vehicle. A method of soft physical control that I can use is, for example, a PPCT tactic, putting my blade of my hand underneath of their nose, applying direct upward pressure towards the crown of their skull. That causes physical pain, and they're going to go where you want them to go because they don't want that pain anymore. Or, using a wrist manipulation to get them out of their vehicle. Something like that. Now, here in the state, we have the option of doing that through an escort system, and you'll be taught that tomorrow. What that does is it basically applies an arm bar to where they cannot pull away from you, and you're able to guide them and direct them the way you want them to go. So if soft physical control is designed to cause pain, compliance, but not physical lasting harm, what is hard physical control, and what would be some examples?
Like you said, tackling somebody.
Tackling somebody, what else?
Baton maybe?
Say that again?
A baton, your nightstick.
That's hard and soft physical control are hand only. They're not using
Oh,
weapons.
okay. My misunderstanding.
I mean, physically, fighting if they're exchanging blows with you.
Yeah. And even if they're not necessarily, like, let's say you have somebody down on the ground and they're resisting your efforts to put them into handcuffs, it's 100% appropriate for an officer to, use strikes against their back or their legs or whatever, using knees, elbows, etc. And here in the state, fists and feet, unfortunately, out in any other example out in the real world, officer would never want to use fists or feet because they break easily. You always use elbows or knees. But yeah, anything that you're basically striking them in a way with your hands or other body parts that will probably cause lasting or permanent physical harm. Now, where is it appropriate to get into hard physical control like that? What kind of classification?
Active resistor.
Active resistor, and what else?
Active aggressor.
Active aggressor, yep. So long as you are not at threat of, having deadly force used against you, it's appropriate to use hard physical control. So somebody who's wanting to fight you, want to pull away from you, etc., you might get into that hard physical control realm. So if hard physical control and soft physical control are done with the hands, what's the next level of force?
Lethal and non-lethal.
Okay, we call that intermediate weapons and refer to non-lethal. So give me an example of some of your intermediate weapons that you will have on you.
Your baton.
If necessary.
Okay, flashlight. Baton.
Taser.
Taser. Good. So yeah, any of the above. Basically, any weapon that you can use that's either on your belt or in the immediate area around you that you can utilize in order to, cause harm, but not cause death. Those are all going to be intermediate weapons. Now, the interesting one is the taser. Taser is considered an intermediate weapon, and generally, we're only using intermediate weapons on assaultive or active resistant people, right? But there are instances when taser is utilized on somebody who's at the very lower end of active resistant. Okay, the example I used of trying to get somebody out of their vehicle when they're holding on for dear life and won't let me take them out easily, is a taser appropriate?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yep. Even though it's an intermediate weapon, taser is designed to gain compliance through pain, and generally that pain is not lasting. So even though it's an intermediate weapon, it is considered to be one of the lesser invasive intermediate weapons. Can people die from a taser?
Sorry,
absolutely.
I've had too much.
And there have been people who have died from a taser. At the end of the day, you're putting 50,000 volts in a person. Volts don't typically kill somebody, but if they have a heart condition, it can. It's not our job to determine whether they have a heart condition before we utilize that equipment, though. It's up to that person to make sure that we don't have to utilize that equipment against them by their actions. If somebody does something that requires them to be tased, that's on them, not on you. So long as you're appropriately using the taser. Now, if you're shooting somebody in the face with a taser, we got a problem. Okay. Another big myth of a taser is, can you tase a person who's in water or wet?
No.
Yeah.
Wrong. You can. Why? Because the electricity from the taser does not arc through the outside of the body, it arcs through the inside of the body. Is the inside of the body wet?
Oh.
No.
But it is. We're actually made up of a
Yes.
lot of water.
Yeah.
So tasers are unaffected by water, and you will not have a worse outcome than normal if you tase somebody in the water. If they're swimming in a lake, and obviously the concern would be drowning if they lose control of their bodily functions. But if they're in water or in rain or jump into water thinking, oh, you neener, you can't tase me, wrong. You can. It doesn't make a difference. That's a big wives' tale that you can't tase somebody who's wet. All right, so intermediate weapons could be any weapon that you can use to gain control that is not deadly. Now, obviously, the last use of force is what?
Firearm.
Lethal,
force.
yeah.
Yep. Now, it can be firearm, sure. What else can be used as lethal force?
A vehicle.
A vehicle? What else? I'll give you the answer. Simply stated, it's anything that you can use to protect your life or the life of somebody that you're trying to protect.
Calling you Rex.
I don't care if it's a rock on the ground you smash him in the head with. If your life is in danger of being lost or severe bodily harm, use what you have at your disposal. Lethal force is lethal force is lethal force. It doesn't get restrained, specific item, weapon, etc. It is whatever you got to do to make sure you go home to your family at the end of the day. And who are we using lethal force on?
Active aggressor.
Right? Basically, anybody who presents a lethal force against us. Now, here's where it gets tricky. Can somebody punching me as a police officer be construed as lethal force against me?
I've also had
No.
Incorrect. And why is
full
that?
beer already, and I'm
You
working
can
on
kill
half
someone.
of.
Okay. What could
I'm
they
also, like,
possibly do to
working
me
Crown
through
Peach
punching
bottle.
me that would cause that to
The
be
fuck
a
off.
threat to my life?
Depends on where they hit you. It could.
Yeah.
It could damage something internally.
Well, let me ask
Like-
you a question. What am I wearing?
This at the very next to it, it's Parker.
The vest.
A gun. Right? I have
Mhm.
lethal force on me at all times. We treat everybody as if they might have a gun. But even if they don't have a gun, and this is where the media lies, and I might get on my high horse here for a second, but you'll see on CNN all the time, officer
here we
shoots
go.
unarmed man. Is there such thing in the United States as a police encounter with an individual that doesn't have a firearm in it?
No.
No.
Oh.
Correct. So therefore, there's no such thing as an unarmed encounter with a police officer in the United States. Right? So if somebody gets one over on me and punches me until I get knocked out, whose gun is it?
Yours.
Now they're gun.
It's now their gun.
Yep. It's
Absolutely.
not their gun. Yep.
Absolutely. Okay. Anybody see the body cam video from a Florida wedding where the big old dude who was drunk as hell knocked out the cop in one hit?
That was insane.
That was
No.
insane. And thank God his partner was there, because guess who would have had that gun had he not had a partner
Yes,
there?
sir.
Right.
This one I had it.
The guy who just punched the cop in extreme anger, what do you think he would have done with that gun?
Probably shot
Probably
people.
shot back up.
Probably shot the cop and maybe the people at the wedding he was arguing with. Right? So it is important to understand that there might be situations where lethal force is needing to be used against somebody who might not necessarily be presenting a weapon. If you're getting your ass beat and you don't have any partners there to cover you, that is a lethal force situation all day long, every day, and you should utilize your firearm. Neutralize that threat, okay? Don't fall into the mindset of, oh, they've got to have a gun out for me to utilize my weapon. If you feel like you're going to lose control of your weapon because you either get knocked out, knocked down, and
So,
incapacitated,
what are the
or
chances
whatever,
tomorrow
that
that
is
one
a
of these
lethal
guys
force situation.
throws their fucking taser?
Right? Same as in a vehicle. If somebody, let's say for some reason you find yourself in front of a vehicle,
What's the over?
what is a vehicle when in the wrong hands?
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
A deadly machine.
But
Yeah, it's a
over
3,000-pound
on
bullet
2.
that can do, a lot of miles per hour. All right? And if you get ran over, well, guess what? That's lethal force. So if you have somebody inside of a vehicle and they're driving towards another officer that is unaware of the fact
Oh, it
or
was
something
gonna
like
be
that,
for
that's deadly force,
taking a
isn't it?
fucking-
Yep.
A drink to the dome.
Yep. So you should understand that's deadly force and act appropriately. My point of all this is that you need to think outside the
Wait.
box.
Hang on.
don't get into the mindset of what the media would love you to believe, and that is that a police officer can only act in a lethal manner against a person if they're already being shot at. That's not our job. Our job is to effect the law, enforce the law, and go home to our families at the end of the day. And you do that however you need to do that within the law's confines. Any questions on the use of force?
No.
Everybody understands it very well?
Yep.
Yes.
Nothing? All right. So let's get into the next section, which is going to be constitutional rights and law.
Okay.
I gotta go do some adulting stuff. I will catch you later.
Easy answer on this one.
I didn't hear you say anything, sir.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say anything. Sorry.
Sorry. Let me say that again. So, as a police officer, we have the ability to do our job on one of two or both of two factors, right? And so, based on that, just as a police officer, without having any reasonable suspicion or probable cause, do we have the right to walk up to a random person on the street, void of any of those two things, and stop them and detain them right there?
No.
No.
No. Do we have the right to ID them?
No.
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 Do we have the right to frisk them?
Nope.
No.
No.
No, because it's all a violation of what?
They're
You're right.
Right.
the rights. Yeah.
Which one specifically?
Constitution.
Okay.
Fourth,
Which
I believe.
Fourth Amendment? Very good. Yep. The right to be free of search or seizure of your personal property or effects without having probable cause or a written warrant based on probable cause and signed by a judge. We'll get more into that here in just a second. But what does give us the right to stop somebody and detain them and question them and investigate them is either one of two things. One being reasonable suspicion, which is reasonable articulable suspicion, or two being probable cause. Anybody want to take a stab at what reasonable suspicion is?
You.
If you see like, someone hanging out in an area where crimes have been reported, kind of like, seeing them like look in windows or things like that.
Okay, that's an example, but let's be a little more broad. Let's define reasonable suspicion a little more broadly.
So they're at the scene of a crime, but they look suspicious, but it's more or less, you can't prove that they did the crime, but it's reasonable suspicion that they're there, that they might have done it.
Okay, still a little more point. So basically, you want to think of reasonable suspicion as this. Reasonable articulable suspicion is a term that basically refers to thinking that a crime has been committed, but not having probable cause to be able to, arrest them and say, yes, I believe a crime has been committed. And that thinking of if a crime has been committed or not is based on what a reasonable police officer with your level of training and experience would also believe. It's not what the public believes, despite what people think. It's what another police officer believes. Okay? So if you can say that what you're seeing in that moment is suspicious and you believe that there might be a crime involved in it, and you believe that another police officer in your same position would also think that, that's reasonable suspicion. Okay? Now, it's subjective to law enforcement discretion. It's subjective to your discretion and other officers' discretion. And because it's subjective to discretion, keyword being subjective, which means, a choice not based on factual information necessarily, it means that you can stop somebody and investigate, but you cannot arrest them. Based on reasonable suspicion, you can also frisk them, and we'll talk more about frisk in a minute. But what you need to understand is that reasonable suspicion is the minimum threshold for you to lawfully stop somebody and detain them and investigate a crime. And reasonable suspicion could be a number of things. All the examples you gave are good ones, but there could be thousands of examples. All right. The example I'll use is this one. You get called for a shots fired call. While you arrive in the area of the shots fired, you see somebody running from where the scene was called from. Is somebody running from the scene give you information that they could possibly be involved in it?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. They could possibly be involved in it in one of a few ways. They could either have witnessed something, which is needed for investigative purposes and gives you the right to detain them and stop them for that. It means they could actually be the shooter and have committed a crime, right? Or it means that maybe they just heard gunshots and they're terrified and don't want to get shot themselves and they're on their way out of there as quick as they can go. But regardless of that, you can articulate in court that the reason you stopped that person lawfully is because they were reacting to the type of call that you were responding to in one way or another. That's reasonable suspicion. All right. Now, let me ask you this. Can a traffic stop ever be based on reasonable suspicion?
No.
Correct. A traffic stop cannot. Now, can you stop a vehicle in a traffic style stop based on reasonable suspicion?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely you can. That's called an investigative stop. All right. But a traffic stop itself always is based on probable cause. And because it's based on probable cause, can we ever make a traffic stop based on a report called into 911?
Yes.
Yes.
Nope, we cannot.
Oh.
We can do an investigative stop
Oh,
if
okay.
we have enough information, such as license plate, vehicle make, model, driver description, etc. That's an investigative stop. But we didn't witness any probable cause by just finding the vehicle that got called in. So what's a better option to do? Because you can't make a traffic stop based on reasonable suspicion and a call in like that. You have to have seen probable cause. Well, follow them. Find out if what they got called in for is accurate. Or make an investigative stop if you have enough information you could justify it. So now we're going to get into probable cause. What is probable cause? Well, if reasonable suspicion is basically a hunch that a law has been broken, based on information, probable cause is much more than that. Probable cause is essentially information that you can articulate to the court that you have evidence of a crime being committed or a crime scene being present. Okay. So it's not just based on a hunch, it's based on actual tangible evidence, whether that evidence is a witness statement, whether that evidence is physical evidence, such as casings or a firearm or blood or whatever. It's evidence that you can take to court and prove in court that makes it viable that you now believe beyond a doubt that a crime has been committed. Okay? So once you have probable cause and you have the information that either a person has committed a crime or needs to be arrested, or a specific location serves as a crime scene and needs to be searched, or a specific location holds evidence of a crime and needs to be searched, or items or property at that location have been stolen and need to be seized as evidence, now you can make an arrest or you can search. Okay? Like I said, the Fourth Amendment of the United States protects citizens against unlawful detainment and unlawful searches of their property by requiring that we as law enforcement show probable cause before an arrest, a search, or a seizure can take place with or without a warrant. Simple as that. It doesn't get any more complicated than that. We cannot search, we cannot arrest, and we cannot seize without having probable cause. And once you've established probable cause, now you need to take action and you need to make an arrest on it or make a decision on whether you're going to make an arrest or cite somebody. Okay? So getting back to our traffic stop, because traffic stops can only be conducted based on probable cause, give me an example of probable cause.
Expired license plate registration.
There you go. Expired license plate registration. It's law that people have to have a current valid registration for their vehicle to be driven on public roadways. not having current current registration is a crime. Whether people want to believe it or not, it is actually a crime. It's an infraction in the penal code. However, an infraction is still a crime. Anybody who tells you that a traffic stop is not based on a crime is wrong. Or anybody that tells you speeding is not a crime is wrong. Any traffic stop based on probable cause is based on the fact that somebody committed a crime. Okay? A lesser crime, like I said, it is an infraction, which is like the least level of misdemeanor that you can get and generally does not require a mandatory court appearance, but it's still a crime. All right? So, what's another example?
Somebody speeding?
Speeding, right? And all those things are things that we witnessed as the officer. Because again, we can't gain probable cause based on witness by a person calling in and saying somebody's speeding. Right?
Look at me
We
being
can
all.
certainly go to the area. Somebody calls in, they say, "Oh yeah, that red
Such a
Corvette was
good
doing
cadet.
100 miles an hour at least." All right. Well, we can go to the area where that person says they're going to, and we can look and see if we can find that red Corvette that was described. But if we don't see that red Corvette speeding, let's say we see a red Corvette as described, but it passes us doing the speed limit, we can't go and pull them over and write them a citation for speeding because we didn't witness it, can we?
Nope.
Right. And because we can't go to court and say, "Yes, Your Honor, I saw this person speeding," we don't have probable cause. Right? Same with bigger stuff. Probable cause has to be something that you can establish beyond doubt or beyond a reasonable doubt that there has been a crime that has occurred. All right. Questions on that?
No.
Well,
So let's ask a few questions of you guys. Let's say I pull somebody over, and as I walk up to the window, I smell marijuana in their vehicle. Do I have probable cause or do I have reasonable suspicion?
reasonable suspicion.
Yep.
Incorrect.
You got probable
Actually, you
cause
got
to
probable
have-
cause. Yeah.
Yep. That's tangible evidence, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. So I have probable cause that they have marijuana in the vehicle. What does probable cause that they have marijuana in the vehicle give me the ability to do? Even in a state where marijuana is legal,
Search
You
the.
have the right to search the vehicle.
I have the right to remove the person and search their vehicle. Absolutely. Now, even if marijuana is legal, why does it give me the right to search their vehicle?
Reasonable suspicion.
Well, what is not legal? I mean, yes, it's not reasonable. It's probable cause, right?
It's
We
the
talked about
probable
that.
cause. Yeah.
Driving
But-
under the influence.
But what could they possibly be doing that would be not legal?
Maybe they're
Yeah,
smoking it.
influence.
They could be under the influence, or what else?
Distributing it.
Yeah, they could be trafficking, right? It's legal to use it personally. It's legal to have it in your possession. It is not legal to be under influence of it while you're driving, and it's certainly not legal to be trafficking it or selling it. Not unless they're a dispensary or in a dispensary, right? So because there are laws that could be being violated, even though just the possession of it that's in its own is not illegal, we still have that probable cause that there is a crime going on, right? A lot of people don't like to hear that. They don't like to believe that, especially if they are marijuana users. But the fact of the matter is simply having the smell of marijuana in your car gives the police in all 50 states, even California, believe it or not, probable cause to search that vehicle for other crime related to that marijuana. Okay? So now let's say in the example I used earlier that a person in a call that I'm going to for shots fired, they're running from it, and in their hand I see a gun. That is what?
That's an arrestable offense.
Is it?
Probable cause.
It's probable
The
cause.
probable cause. Yeah.
We don't know if it's arrestable yet because somebody might have a weapon legally, right? And if they just heard shots, they might be thinking about,
Maybe
defending themselves,
returning fire.
which is
Yeah.
legal. But we do have probable cause to believe that they might be involved in crime, right?
Yes.
And as such, it gives us the ability to do what?
Detain them and search them and
Yeah.
question them.
Say again?
To detain them and get some information.
Yeah, absolutely. And more so though, it gives us the right to search them. It gives us the right to look for shell casings that they might have on them. It gives us the right to look for GSR to see if they were in fact the one that was shooting. It gives us all the things based on that probable cause that would be considered a search by the law. So we have the right to not only stop them and put them in handcuffs and seize the weapon at the time, and we might give it back, we might not, but it gives us the right to do all those things as well as search them to figure out if they were in fact the one that committed a crime. So that's the difference between probable cause and reasonable suspicion. We can talk about that until we're blue in the face for hours and hours, but we're going to move on for right now. And then when I ask you guys some scenario-based stuff later on, you're going to have to critically think about whether it's probable cause or reasonable suspicion, and then what you can do based on that with the material that we're going to learn. All right?
All right.
All right. Moving on. Let's talk about the Miranda warning. What's a Miranda warning?
A reading of someone's rights.
It's reading somebody's rights. And specifically, those rights are in reference to what they have the right to as a person who is being questioned in relation to a potential crime or being arrested for a crime.
They have their right to remain silent.
Say again?
They have their right to remain silent.
Yeah, well, it's basically informs them of their Fifth Amendment, right? And the Fifth Amendment being that a person has the right to not self-incriminate. So basically, the Miranda warning is simply stated that they have the right to remain silent, that what they do say after they've been advised of their right to remain silent can be used against them in court, and that they do have the right to an attorney during or before any questioning if they choose that they want to answer any of those questions. Right? Does a person have to talk to the police?
Nope.
Nope. Absolutely. But if they do talk to the police, they have the right to have representation there for them to help them determine what they should or should not say. So the exact wording can be varied between departments. The key things that you need to make sure you get across are those 3 points. Simply stated, the general statement is you have the right to remain silent. You have the right to, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, one provided for you at no cost by the court. You have the right to have an attorney present during any questioning. With those rights in mind, do you wish to speak to me? Do you understand your rights? Basically, that's what it is. Okay, everybody kind of has their own way. As long as you cover those 3 things, you're golden. So the reason for the Miranda warning is because it's not expected by the court that a person knows what the laws are, right? Ignorance of the law is no excuse, for sure. But at the same time, people need to be advised that they do not have the expectation that they have to talk to police. Well, let's talk a little bit about the Miranda warning, though. When do we have to read the Miranda warning?
As soon as you put them in cuffs. Or if you're
Before detaining.
Incorrect.
Anytime that you, I should say, are going to make an arrest.
Incorrect. Those are all very common misconceptions, and I'm not coming down on you for thinking that, because that's what Hollywood has taught you to believe. That's what the general public has taught you to believe. The fact of the matter is the only time that you are lawfully required to read the Miranda warning to a person is if you're going to ask them questions that you're going to use their answers in court. Now, that doesn't mean that anytime I'm going to ask them questions, I have to Mirandize them. In fact, I can ask them all the questions I want in the world without Mirandizing them. But it just means that if I haven't Mirandized them, their answers can't be used in court. So the answer to the question that I asked you is, when do you have to read the Miranda warning? Is simply, if I plan on using answers to my questions in court, whether that be while they're detained or whether that be while they're under arrest. If you arrest somebody and you don't read their Miranda, but you don't ever ask them any questions, or even if you do ask them questions, but you don't intend to bring them up in court, no problem. A lot of people will say to you, oh, you can't put me in handcuffs without reading my Miranda. Nope, not correct. You can't arrest me and put me in jail without reading my Miranda. Nope, incorrect. Sorry you believe that, but you're not right. Okay? So it's important to understand that. Now, obviously, best practice is that anytime you're going to be putting somebody under arrest, you should just Mirandize them. Because then anything they say, there's no question and there's no attorney in the world that can get them out of what their statements or their answers to your questions are, because they said it while they were Mirandized. Okay? So it's always best practice to do that. Also best practice that if you're going to be asking questions of a person relating to a crime based on, a detainment for reasonable suspicion, just let them know what their rights are, because then you're covering your butt. But the lawful answer to the question of when do I need to Mirandize somebody, simply stated, only if you intend on using answers to your questions in court. All right? Everybody understand that?
Yep.
Yep.
sir.
All right. Now, let's talk about what we can ask without the Miranda rights. So I already told you that you can ask any question you want without having the Miranda warning read to them. It just means you can't read them, use those answers in court, right? But there's certain questions that you can ask anytime without having a Miranda, and you can still state that the person responded in a certain way in court because those questions aren't referred to as custodial questions. Okay? Custodial questions being questions that are being asked in relation to specific crime. Non-custodial questions are questions that the court allows you to ask to gather information. All right. Non-custodial questions are things like, what's your name? Where are you coming from? Where are you going? What's your birthday? Have you had anything to drink tonight? Have you smoked any marijuana tonight? Okay. None of those things in themselves constitute you asking about a crime. You're simply gathering information. Now, can their answers lead to you going down a path of figuring out that they are in fact committing a crime? They can, for sure. But non-custodial questions in themselves are non-incriminatory. Is it legal for me to drink alcohol as a 21-year-old or above?
Yes.
Absolutely. Is it legal for me to drink a beer and get into a car and drive?
No.
No.
It can be.
Well, yeah, if you're under the limit.
Yeah, as long as I'm not over or exceeding the limit for DUI, it absolutely is legal. And thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Americans do it every single day. All right?
I'm gonna get into that
Me
one.
asking if you had a drink before you got in the car and drove does not implicitly imply a crime, does it?
No.
No.
No, because you could be perfectly legal. Same as, are you carrying a firearm? I carry a firearm every day, everywhere I go. It's called
But
my
that's-
everyday carry.
yeah.
Is it illegal for me to carry a firearm?
No.
No. Could it potentially lead to you finding somebody who's illegally carrying a firearm? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the question itself, are you carrying a firearm? Is there any weapons in the car? That doesn't implicitly make them criminal if they are. It just means that you're aware that there is, in fact, a firearm in the vehicle. Those are non-custodial questions. Non-custodial questions do not require the Miranda warning, all right? There are some non-custodial questions a person is required to answer, and failing to answer them is a crime. Can you give me an example of what one of those are?
Not identifying themselves with their name.
Right. A person who's being detained under reasonable suspicion or probable cause is required by law to identify themselves to a law enforcement officer. And if they fail to do that or failure to identify, well, there's a crime for that. Failure to identify. It's in the penal code. So if they don't identify themselves, they committed a crime. So non-custodial question, failure to answer that non-custodial question could absolutely be a crime. And you need to inform a person of that, right? You go up on a traffic stop. How you doing, sir? I need a driver's license. Can you tell me what your name is? Nope, I'm not going to give you my driver's license and I'm not telling you my name. All right, that's fine. But if you fail to do that, if you fail to give me your name and the information I'm asking for, that is a crime. I will put you in handcuffs and I will take you to jail for it. Okay? So make sure you understand non-custodial questions versus custodial questions. Now, can I ask custodial questions without Mirandizing them?
Yes.
There's nothing that stops me. And this is the other thing I want to inform you guys about. Good police officers, the strongest tool that they have is between their ears. It's their brain, right? Law says that if I'm going to use questions being answered in court if I'm going to use those answers in court, they have to have been Mirandized. There's nowhere in the law that says that I can't ask those questions twice. Once while they're not Mirandized, and once while they are Mirandized. Okay? What happens when you read somebody their rights in their mind?
They're
They feel
arrested.
as though they're being arrested.
And they're probably going to be arrested, is what they're going to think, right? And
Mhm.
so they're probably going to clam up if they're smart. Not a lot of them are smart, to be fair, but they might clam up and might not give you any information. So if I suspect something is happening, let's say, for example, excuse me, I've got somebody detained, and I want to find out if they've committed a crime. I can ask them a question without Mirandizing them, and they're probably going to be more prone to answering it because that little trigger inside their brain that says, "Oh, I just got read my rights, I'm going to jail," has not been hit, right? And so they might think I'm just having a more friendly conversation with them, and they might be open to answering that question. Well, now they'll say they do answer that question, and it does implicit a crime. There's nothing stopping me from going and saying, okay, look, hey, you know what? I'm going to advise you of your rights, read them in Miranda, and then I can re-ask that question. I can rephrase it any way I want to. I can ask the question pointedly, whatever. And if they answer that question again, which they're probably more likely to do because psychology in the brain is an awesome thing, and people will automatically think that if they've already answered a question once, if they don't answer it, the officer's going to think they're lying. Right? And they're going to have that fear of, oh no, the cop's going to know I'm trying to, lie to him or I committed a crime. So they're probably going to answer it again the same way they answered it before. Well, now you have evidence that you can use in court. See how that works?
Yes.
Yep.
There you go. So use your brain. Be appropriate lawfully when you're utilizing the Miranda warning, but also use your brain and make sure that you're, tactically doing the best thing you can to root out crime.
So it doesn't always have to be read if you even take them to jail, correct?
Correct. Yep. You can take somebody you can arrest them, you can take them to jail, you can send them off to corrections at Bolingbrook. You can do all those things without ever having read Miranda warning. The key to that, though, is that if you ask them questions and they answer those questions, if you didn't Mirandize them, you better not bring that up in court or a lawyer will tear you up.
Gotcha. Now they can
All right.
only be read 3 times, correct?
Well, I read them once and ask them if they understand it, and if they don't, they're either being belligerent or they have a hearing or understanding problem. That's not my issue. So long as I ask them, or so long as I read them and it's recorded that I read them either in your report or on your body cam, you can ask all the questions you want. They have the right to answer or not answer. It'll be up to a lawyer at that point to determine whether or not they did have an understanding or not. If they're having a language barrier or they're just not understanding it or whatever, and you think it's legitimate, just advise them to talk to their attorney.
Gotcha.
But it doesn't prevent you from asking questions. That'll be up to the court's determination on whether or not they truly understood. But we're not going to delay our arrest or delay our proceedings by somebody who's, oh, I don't understand my rights. Okay, well, sorry.
It's even better when they say, no, I don't understand them. And then 5 minutes later, they're like, but you said I had the right to. And you're like, oh, so you did understand them.
Yeah, that happens quite frequently. Yeah. I mean, judge a person's behavior. If they're truly a little confused, try to help them out. Like, look, man, it just means you don't have to talk to me. If you do want to talk to me, you can get a lawyer, or we can get you one if you can't afford one. Right? Like, try to break it down to layman's terms, but generally I'm just like, okay, well, your lawyer will help you with that. I'm not going to delay what I'm doing because the majority of the time when somebody says they don't understand their rights, they're doing it to be an asshole. All right, let's talk about a couple little things here before we move on. What happens if somebody makes a statement without me having ever asked them a question? Let's say, for example, I pull onto a scene and a person walks up to me and they're like, oh man, I really didn't mean for the gun to go off. I didn't mean to shoot him. It was an accident. What is that called?
Spontaneous utterance?
Spontaneous utterance. Very good. Now, is the spontaneous utterance protected under Miranda?
No.
No.
Nope. Absolutely not. Because you're not asking any questions. They, of their own free will, made a statement, and that statement can be used in court. Okay? Spontaneous utterances like that absolutely can be used in court. Yep, Your Honor. When I walked on the scene, the guy walked up to me and immediately said he didn't mean to shoot somebody. That is 100% court admissible. Okay, you're not coercing, you're not questioning, you're not doing anything to cause that person to make a statement. They're doing it all on their own. They have no expectation of, protection under the law because they're making that statement on their own accord. Another one is basically the dying declaration. What is a dying declaration?
No idea.
Okay. A dying declaration is a statement made by a person that believes that they are going to die. Okay. Those can also be used in court. Now, the key to that is that there needs to be reasonable belief that their last breaths are being taken. They are going to die. Court understands and recognizes through the Supreme Court. I think it was back in 1960 something. I can't remember. But they made the statement that a person who believes they're dying has no reason to lie, because lying benefits somebody. Telling a lie is for a benefit, right? And so because a person is not going to benefit because they're bound to die, the court understands and recognizes that a dying declaration or a statement made while dying is very, very, very likely to be a truthful statement, and you can act based upon that without having Mirandized the person. So, for example, if you pull up on, a gang shooting, a drive-by, and little Johnny's on the lawn dying, he's got 3 bullets in his chest, and he's bleeding out as you speak to him, and he looks up at you, and then, he says, as he's coughing up blood, "It was little Timmy, man. Little Timmy was the one that shot me." Guess what? That's probable cause to go arrest little Timmy. That's a dying declaration, and it was not a coerced statement. It's something that you can use in court against little Timmy, right? So that's what a dying declaration is. Questions on that?
No.
No, sir.
All right, moving on then. Let's talk about frisk versus search. We're going to get into the actual case law here in a few minutes when we get into the case law, but let's talk about what a frisk is versus what a search is. Can somebody define for me what a frisk is?
Basically, you're just patting them down to make sure they don't have anything that could hurt you before you actually search them.
Okay, pretty close. Need a little more detail on that. Anybody want to add it?
When you're basically using the back of your hands to run down the side of their body, but not going in their pockets.
Yeah, you don't have to use the back of your hands. I mean, obviously male on a female, you want to use the back and blade of your hands for their protection, but just using your hands to pat down the outside of their clothing. And what are you specifically looking for in a frisk? There's one thing you're specifically looking for a frisk.
Anything that's going to poke, stick, or stab you?
Not necessarily.
Anything bulging.
A weapon. When you articulate in court that you decided to frisk a person, you're doing that because you're articulating that you believe that there's a potential for them to have a weapon on them, and you're doing it for your safety. Now, there are extensions to that, and we're going to talk about those in a second, but your reason for a Terry frisk, 100% of the time, is because you can articulate that for officer safety, you're frisking them to make sure they don't have a weapon that can harm you. End statement. Period. When you're asked by a lawyer or by a judge why you frisk somebody, that is the only reason you can give. Okay? Now, if you find something else in the midst of a frisk, well, that's just bonus, but you were originally doing it because you believe that person might have a weapon on them. So, by the book, the act of patting down or frisking a person is strictly limited to when a reasonable suspicion is present in regard that a person is suspected of criminal activity, and there's reason to believe that subject is armed. The search is limited to the search of outer clothing and limited to the search for weapons. If a pat down yields the presence of a weapon, the officer can move beyond the outer clothing and remove the firearm or weapon from that person's possession for the duration of the investigation. Additionally, an officer who, while frisking for the presence of a weapon, feels the presence of an object that is believed to be contraband, that may be seized as well. And that is what you're talking about, where it could be something besides a weapon. Initially, your reason for the frisk is weapon, only a weapon. But if while you're frisking somebody, you feel something that, for example, feels like a cue ball in their front pocket, what is that likely to be?
Drugs.
Yeah, could very well be a bag of drugs. And based on your training experience, Your Honor, I believe that the person was in possession of narcotics. Therefore, I went into the pocket and retrieved what the item was and found it to, in fact, be drugs and made the arrest. Understand how that works?
Yep.
Now, the way we like to refer to what you can consider to be contraband and what you cannot be considered to be contraband is you can consider contraband to be anything that is abnormal and non-anatomical and in your experience and training feels like contraband that you've handled before. Okay? Keywords, abnormal. What does abnormal mean?
Not normal.
Something that a person wouldn't normally have on them, right? So if I feel something that's square and flat in a man's back pocket, is that abnormal?
No.
No.
That's probably a wallet. But if I feel something that feels like a cue ball in somebody's pocket, that's probably abnormal, right? Most people don't carry around a pool ball in their pocket. So therefore, you can articulate that as abnormal and likely to be contraband. What does non-anatomical mean?
Not normal to the body.
Right, not a part of the body. So if you're patting down a guy and you run your hand down the front of his pants and you feel a pole, is that anatomical?
Nope.
Probably. It's gonna be real hard to say it's not, unless it's going down to their knee, because ain't no guy that blessed. But you know, as Lieutenant walks away immediately. Yeah, but yeah, you have to be able to say it was not a body part, right? Don't grab a hold of the guy's junk and be like, oh, this is a weapon. He might think it's a weapon, but the law isn't going to think it's a weapon, okay? So again, non-anatomical and abnormal. And in your experience and training, and this is the wording you use when you go sit on the stand in the court, in my experience and training, I believe that it was contraband based on the feel. Okay? Any questions on what a frisk is?
Nope.
No.
No.
All right. Now, what is a search?
Check their person or pockets.
Yep. We thoroughly check the entirety of their person, pockets, whatever. Right? The act of searching, which is based on being able to be done for what?
Probable cause.
Probable cause. Very good. We cannot search for reasonable suspicion. We can only search for probable cause. It is appropriate evidence requiring probable cause. It allows for a search of a person or property beyond what would normally be done during a frisk. Lawful search moves beyond simple weapons and may include anything that would be used as evidence to make an arrest or further move into the investigative process. It can be literally anything that could be associated with a crime that you're investigating, right? For example, it could be shell casings. It could be blood. It could be scratches. It could be, a bobby pin if somebody broke into a house. It could be anything that could be related to a crime. And a thorough search is just that. It's thorough. Look through their hair, look through, their clothing, their pockets, their waistband, and their socks, under their shoes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Criminals are creative. They can hide things in very weird places. So now how does that relate to the city? A frisk is just that. You'll see tomorrow you have the option to frisk, and it will indicate to you whether or not you feel a weapon. And a search is also just that. It is a search. When you search somebody, it will open up their inventory, and you will be able to see everything they have on them. Okay? RP it correctly, obviously. We're here for good RP. So make sure you're RPing it correctly. But you do not search somebody. You do not open their inventory unless you have probable cause. Because you'll hear about it. I promise you. Make sure you're frisking somebody and make sure you're informing them that you're frisking them for weapons. Sir, turn around for me. I'm going to pat you down for any weapons. I'm going to just go over the outside of your clothing with my hands. I'm looking for weapons. All right? Make sure you articulate that. Questions between search and frisk?
No.
Okay, so you were saying that as far as the in-city stuff goes, when you're frisking, you said you can still see what's in their pockets?
Mm-mm. Oh, when you use the frisk option, it will tell you up in the top right corner if you feel anything that feels like a weapon or if you do not.
Okay, it just tells you. Okay.
Yep. Now, if you feel something, if it says you feel something that may be a weapon, well, you can move beyond just the frisk on the outside of the clothing, right? So that means you can open up their inventory and take that weapon.
Possible.
Got you. Okay. That's
Yep.
where I was under.
Yep.
I misunderstood.
Now, if you feel a weapon in the search, or I'm sorry, in the frisk, does that give you the right to look at the entirety of your inventory, or does it just give you the right to find the weapon that you found during the frisk?
Just to find the weapon.
Right. So let's say you see in their inventory a baggie of cocaine. Are you going to feel a baggie of cocaine in a frisk?
No.
But you can ask them what it may be.
I wouldn't even say that, because you're probably not going to feel a 1 gram baggie of anything on a frisk, because likelihood in reality they would have it tucked somewhere where you're not frisking. For example, their shoe, something like that. So only when it gets to about 10 grams or more do I start considering that something that I would actually feel.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So use common sense. We're not here to get you on the criminals. We're not here to ruin their day or power game against them. We're here to play fair. So make sure that what you're doing is fair. If you would legitimately feel it in a frisk, great. If you would not legitimately feel it in a frisk and you use it anyway, you're being a dick. Don't be a dick. I don't like dicks. All right. Questions on any of that?
No.
No.
All right. So let's talk about the Fourth Amendment and the 7 exceptions to the Fourth Amendment. These are very important for you to understand, because these are dictating when you can and cannot do your job and violate a person's Fourth Amendment. All right. And I say violate a person's Fourth Amendment. It's not actually a violation if you're doing it lawfully. But let's talk about the Fourth Amendment. We've already talked about this a little bit. The Fourth Amendment is obviously an amendment in the Constitution. Very, very, very important amendment. It's what separates us from communist states. It's what separates us from Canada. All right? It's very important to know this. It's a critical right that you have. It's a critical right that everybody we deal with has, and we do not want to deprive them of that right. So knowing how to legally search a person, place, or thing, or properly seizing evidence is basic requisite to investigative process, and officers must have a clear understanding of when a search or an arrest warrant is required and when it's not. The Fourth Amendment protects citizens against unreasonable search and seizure from the government of their persons, houses, papers, and effects. It also states that no warrant shall be issued but upon probable cause, supported by oath of affirmation, and particularly describing the place or person or things to be searched or seized. And that's part of Minnesota versus Dickerson, which is the Supreme Court case law from 1993. So let's break that down a little bit. Basically, the Fourth Amendment gives you the right to search and seize only when probable cause exists, right? And or when probable cause has been presented to a judge and a judge has declared and agreed that a warrant shall be issued upon their name, which is sworn as a judge. That's what oath of affirmation means. They're sworn into office as a judge. They've made the determination that the evidence that you presented is enough for a warrant to violate or to take away the right to a Fourth Amendment. But the key to that being that that warrant or your probable cause must only relate to the particulars of what you're searching, seizing, or otherwise taking away a person's Fourth Amendment right for. So warrants cannot be all-encompassing. Your probable cause cannot be all-encompassing. For example, if I arrest somebody because they have drugs on them, right, but their vehicle is at their house, do I have probable cause to go search their vehicle or their house for drugs?
No.
So let's say absolutely not. Yeah. So I'll say it again. So let's say I arrest somebody on the street, and during that arrest, I found that they had drugs on them. Do I now have probable cause to go to their house and search their vehicle in their driveway in their house?
Oh, no.
Absolutely not, right? Because that's outside of the scope of the criminal action that I'm putting them under arrest for based on probable cause, right? Same with a warrant. When I go to a judge with a warrant, I have to describe in detail what I'm looking for, that I believe there's probable cause for, and where I'm going to be looking for it. So, for example, let's say I'm looking for a stolen rifle. I have reason to believe that a person has a stolen rifle, and I believe that they have it in their house based on information and evidence. I go to the judge and I tell the judge I'm looking for stolen firearm, stolen rifle. Okay. That warrant only is going to cover that stolen rifle. And because it's only going to cover that stolen rifle, that means I can only look in a place where a stolen rifle can legitimately be placed. So if I open up, let's say, somebody's jewelry box, like a ring box, and inside that ring box I find cocaine, can I make an arrest on that cocaine, or have I violated the perimeters of my search warrant?
Violated your perimeters.
Yeah, I violated the parameters of that search warrant. I'm no longer within the scope of what that warrant allows for. So therefore, anything I find outside of that scope is called fruit of the poisonous tree. Fruit of the poisonous tree means that your entire case gets thrown out, right? It means that you have seized evidence that you didn't have the right to go looking for. You got to be very careful about that. Okay. Now, let's say I arrest a person who has drugs on them and they're standing right next to their car. Do I have probable cause to search their car too?
No.
I do, actually. Why do I?
Yes, you do.
Could you
'Cause-
repeat the question? I'm sorry.
I said, let's say I arrest somebody. They have drugs on them. Like I saw them make a handoff, and when I, searched them, they had drugs on them based on probable cause. And they're standing right next to their registered vehicle. I can prove it's registered by running the license plate. They say it's their vehicle. They have keys for it, etc. Do I have the right to search the car?
Yes.
Why?
Because they may be storing more drugs inside the vehicle if they're distributing outside of it.
Right, because it's reasonable that a person who has drugs on them standing next to their car also has more drugs inside of the car. Absolutely. And the court will agree with me on that. Almost 100% of the time. Won't say 100% of the time because there's exceptions, but you're within your lawful right to go ahead and search that vehicle because it's articulable and reasonable that there are more contraband inside that vehicle. It's immediately within the scene. It's immediately accessible to the person who has committed a crime, and it would be articulable that there's definitely likely to be more drugs inside that vehicle. Now, there might not be, but we're lawful to search it. Okay?
So under if you were searching the vehicle thinking that there was more drugs in there, right?
Mhm.
And you found a illegal firearm, or does that only pertain to the warrant?
Because I didn't have a warrant, right? I'm searching based on probable cause.
Okay.
So I didn't need a warrant because I had probable cause that crime has been committed. I have drugs that I literally seized off a person when I believed that they were selling drugs. So if
Okay.
I find a firearm in the midst of that search for drugs, am I lawfully now able to charge them for a firearm crime?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, because I didn't expand outside the parameters of my lawful search. I happened to find more evidence that indicates more crime during a lawful search. I'm absolutely allowed to charge for it. Now, is selling drugs and having a firearm two different crimes? Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yep, absolutely. Because you cannot be having a firearm while you're selling drugs. That's, possession of a weapon while in the act of a commission of a crime. All right. So that's how that works. So obviously we could talk about the silver blue in the face, but let's talk about what's important. And that is the 7 exceptions to the 4th Amendment. When are you allowed to suspend the rights of a person under the 4th Amendment? Stated here, U.S. Supreme Court and federal court have carved out specific limited exceptions to the 4th Amendment search warrant requirement, which are commonly referred to as the 7 exceptions to the search warrant rule. So these exceptions allow you to complete a search or a seizure without a warrant present. And we're going to talk about those. This is an easy one. What's consent? If you give me consent to do something, what are you doing?
Permission.
Yep, you're giving me permission. We as officers have the right to ask for consent anytime we want, right? On a traffic stop. Hey, man, look, we're trying to step up our drug enforcement in this area. It's become a problem lately. Would you be okay if I search your vehicle, make sure you don't have anything you shouldn't have today? Oh, yeah, I don't mind, officer. I don't have anything to hide. Guess what? That's consent. I can now search that vehicle. Okay? You can ask for consent anytime. And a person obviously can, give you consent or deny you consent. Don't get mad if they deny you consent. That's their right. Okay? We don't get to get upset when they deny us consent. And we don't get to go on a witch hunt looking for what they're trying to hide, because the fact is they might not be trying to hide anything. They might just not want you to go through their stuff.
Except
Go
for
ahead.
possible cause, right?
Right. Unless you establish probable cause outside of consent. Absolutely. What was your question, ma'am?
What if they consent, but then when they go to court, they say, no, I didn't consent to that?
Documentation. Body cams.
That's why you have
They're
a
your
body
best
cam, yeah.
friend.
Yeah,
Yep,
the body
they're
cam.
your best friend.
Okay.
Document it in your report and have your body cam on as required by department policy. Right? It's your word against theirs. You're the professional police officer. The court is most likely going to side with you, even if you didn't have a body cam. A lot of departments still don't have them, as long as it's documented. Ask the subject
Okay,
if
so
Mike
as
has
long as
consent
you-
to search their vehicle. Subject stated that it was fine to go ahead and search their vehicle. I conducted a search, and during that search, I found XYZ. Right?
Got it. Okay.
It's their word versus yours, but the big beauty of body cams these days is that it's the video's word versus theirs. Okay, so our department policy, you'll go over this with your FTO again. You must have your body camera on anytime you're in contact with a member of the public, anytime you're on a service call, or anytime you're responding to a call for service. All right? That is a department policy. So make sure your body cam is running. Highly recommend, speaking outside of the roleplay world, use Metal to be able to, go back and get, footage, or stream it. Either way, record somehow. Highly, highly, highly recommend it. If you have a, lower end PC, I'm pretty sure Metal's really good for that. Somebody can help you out with that because I don't know much about it. Or if you're like me, you stream every session you play. So have a way to be able to prove that you did what you're supposed to do, or that a person is, not being accurate. So now with consent, getting back to our 7 exceptions, with consent, does a person have the right to rescind consent at any time?
Yes.
Absolutely, they do. Very good. So let's say a person says, oh, yeah, no problem, officer. You can search my vehicle. And I get in there and I start getting ready to open the glove box. And they're like, yeah, you know what? I don't want you to do that. You need to get out of my car. Unless I found contraband or probable cause to make an arrest, or, that crime is being committed, I have to stop. My consent has been revoked, and I am no longer now legally searching that vehicle anymore. If I continue on against their consent, I'm violating their 4th Amendment. So consent needs to be given, and if it's rescinded at any time, you need to appropriately act. So, second, search incident lawful arrest. This is the one we've been talking about a lot already. What is search incident lawful arrest?
Was there already?
Anytime someone's been arrested, you have the right to search them or a vehicle.
Yeah, depending on the situation, but absolutely. Anytime I put somebody in handcuffs with the intent of arresting them, I need to search them thoroughly, because they can't introduce contraband into the jail, and for my safety, I need to make sure they have nothing on them that they shouldn't have on them, right? So anytime a person gets arrested, they're getting searched, period. Now, if that arrest involves a vehicle, or the crime that you're arresting them for can be articulated to involve a vehicle or a location or whatever, then you're going to search that location too. So now be reasonable and within the law, right? So let's say we get called to a house for domestic violence, and we go in as we're invited in, or we go in because, we have to control the situation, and we're doing so lawfully. If we arrest that person, does that mean we can immediately search their house because we arrested them in their house?
No.
No.
Obviously not. Now, let's say, though, however, in the midst of investigating the female that was battered or abused, states that, well, he had a gun on him, and he pointed a gun at me, and when we arrived, he was sitting on the couch. Is it reasonable for us to search the couch?
Yes.
Absolutely, because now we have reason to believe that there's a firearm that has been hidden or stashed away somewhere, right? So use your common sense on that one.
But you
yeah,
can
searches
only
is
search the
lawful.
couch.
Anywhere where you could articulate they'd be able to reasonably get a gun, in the time that you were responding. You
So
could-
basically the
it'd be-
immediate area.
Right, immediate area. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. The immediate area where they could hide a gun. Now, if you believe they might have went and put the gun back in the bedroom or something like that, what do?
You can't search there.
You can't search it, right? But what would you do?
You have to ask for consent.
You can
Yeah.
get consent, potentially, yeah. Or what else?
Request immediate warrant.
Yeah, get a warrant. Absolutely. Ask the judge to sign a warrant. Yep, absolutely.
That'd be the same case like if you saw like, drug paraphernalia of sorts in the background.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about that here in just a second. So I'll hold your question off for that because that's actually one of the exceptions, but we'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, in relation to that, if there's reason to believe that something was used in that crime, get a warrant if you can't immediately search.
Well, I
because it's not
appreciate you
lawful
saying
to do
that. Oh, amazing.
So
Appreciate
next,
But
we
I
understand
don't have
search
people on
always
Discord.
Whenever you're putting somebody in under arrest, and I'll say this: department policies. If you're putting somebody in the back of a police vehicle at any time, even if they're not under arrest, they must be frisked. Period. Okay. You're looking for weapons for your safety. So if you're arresting somebody, they're getting searched. If another officer arrests somebody, but they're going in your car, let's say, for example, you're helping out TEU, which does not have the ability to transport somebody. You're there to transport that subject for them. Before they get in your vehicle, you're searching them again, even if they've already been searched. Not that we don't trust our fellow officers, but it's your ass on the line, right? Search them again. So be aware of that. All right, next is plain view. This is one you just asked me about. What is plain view?
What do you see right in front of your
Right.
eyes?
Anything you
Yeah.
can see directly.
Anything you can see directly. Absolutely. So let's say, in your situation, what you asked about, we go for a domestic violence call. Well, we walk into the house to control the situation and arrest any offender. We see drugs and drug paraphernalia laying on the counter. Can we make an arrest for that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because we're lawfully in that house, right? And we didn't have to take extraneous steps to be able to identify and see that contraband. So because we didn't have to take any extraneous steps, we weren't searching. We just saw it when we walked in, and we're lawfully in that place because of the call. That is absolutely plain view. Another one. Do you have a right to privacy in your vehicle?
Yes.
A lot of sovereign citizens would love you to believe that, but the fact is you do not. If you're on public roadways, inside your vehicle, inside the passenger compartment of your vehicle, you have no right to privacy. That's why tent laws exist. You're not allowed to obscure the view of a police officer by utilizing window tint. You're not allowed to obscure the view of the inside of your vehicle in any way whatsoever, right? Now, the only exception to that is the glove box in the console or the trunk. You do have the right to privacy there. It can't be easily seen. But inside your vehicle, you have no right to privacy. So if you walk up on a traffic stop, for example, and you look in the back seat and you see a key of Coke, what is that?
It's contraband.
Close.
That's plain view, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And absolutely, that's probable cause. So you witness the drug through plain view because the person does not have the right to privacy inside of their own vehicle. All right. That's a very common misconception. A lot of people like to think, "Oh, I'm inside my car. I have the right to privacy." No, sorry, you don't. If you're on a public roadway, you do not have the right to privacy inside your vehicle. Now, if you're on your private property, then yes, you do have the right to privacy. But other than that, when you're on the public roadway, you don't. So
There's
plain view.
there's actually a caveat to that.
Which one?
If, in theory, if the police are flying a drone or a helicopter over your house and see something on your property, they are allowed to use it.
That's state by state, but generally, yes, that's correct. Generally, that's correct. And we'll get into that here in a little bit. But what he said is basically, let's say we're flying Air 1 over a bunch of neighborhoods. And as Air 1 is flying over a backyard, they see like a meth lab being, cooking meth. Does that give plain view to that property to make that arrest?
Yes.
Yeah, here in this state it does. There are states where it absolutely does not. So it's important to know your state laws. Because the reasoning behind that in some states is because that would be considered extraneous measures, right? You're not just walking down the street and seeing that. You're having to be in a helicopter, which is beyond the normal means of being able to see something. So be aware of that.
Can we take a 5-minute break by any chance?
Yeah, we sure can. Let's see. It is 35
I was gonna
after.
say I need to use the restroom.
Yep. Be back here at 40 after.
Alright guys, I want to take a brief break. We're gonna take a 5-minute break or so, but I will be back. Give me just a few minutes. Drink real quick. Be right back, guys.
How far through this shindig are we?
Case law after 7 exceptions, and then that's about. Let me look. It's only 1:30. We're doing great on time.
You know what?
All right, I'm back.
Kind of, sort
I
of, not
beg.
really.
I beg.
I mean, it's
I beg to
3:30
differ.
for the rest of us, right? And we started at 1. We
Yes.
gotta figure out a way to get this bitch under 4 hours.
It will be. We're only at 2 hours and 40 minutes.
You gonna get it done in an hour and 20 minutes?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'm holding you to it.
But we're not going to deprive them of information they need either.
Pressure's on.
No, the problem isn't the problem of information they need. The problem is useless information that they don't need.
Oh, damn, you got one
Well, none of it's useless. You do realize our academies used to be 8-hour days, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've attended just as many of them as you have.
Uh-huh. And everybody's talking about how we got to get the department back to performing the way it used to back in the good old days. What do you think was a big part of that?
Man, we used to run the department like it was the armed forces.
Yeah.
Good FTOs.
Used to have people out in the parking lot doing laps and push-ups, but I can't do that anymore because HR says, people get upset.
Yeah, well, that was why it was 8 hours, too.
Your HR might say that. We're fine with it.
I mean, I'm not necessarily against it, but
Because
I keep
can't
getting
say
told
that.
all the time,
I'm telling
make it
HR
shorter,
to
make
go
it shorter,
fly
make it
kite.
shorter.
Not necessarily make it shorter, just talk faster, old man.
Well, got to be understandable.
You ever seen the fat electrician? That man talks at 92 beats a minute. He's understandable.
Not to everybody. I've
Alright,
actually heard
guys.
people say
I'm
he
back.
talks too fast. You gotta
He don't
remember,
talk
not
too
everybody processes information as fast as other people. Part of being a good public speaker is being able to be understood. I got 1 minute left.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
Someone got here.
Yeah, Barletti wants to get his FTO too, so if we're suffering, he's suffering.
That's the requirement.
All right, everybody back?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Can I hail you back? Good deal. All right, let's keep going with the 7 exceptions. So we just talked about plain view. We have a good understanding what plain view is. Next is stop and frisk. Now, stop and frisk is a very, very, very contentious topic. It is something that is not very often used anymore, but it is considered by the court to be a 7 exception, one of the 7 exceptions. Stop and frisk is a policy that agencies have had over the years, the most famous of all of them being New York under Mayor Giuliani, where officers were able to stop anybody that they believed to be involved in gangs or otherwise heavily involved in crime and in heavily criminal-ridden areas or high crime areas. New York is a famous example of this because under Mayor Giuliani, he instituted stop and frisk, where police officers were quite literally doing jump out boy stuff, pulling up on known gang members, putting them up against fences and patting them down without any reason to do so other than they just were known to be involved in criminal actions. Okay? Well, legal, questionably, it was very, very, very detrimental, or I won't say detrimental, but it was very argumented of whether or not it was a violation of the 4th Amendment. The court said it wasn't. New York said it wasn't at the time. Since then, they have changed. Now, like it or not like it, the fact of the matter is it was extremely effective. Under Mayor Giuliani, violent crime decreased 78%, gun crime decreased 69%, and there was over 10,000 firearms seized by law enforcement in the time that Mayor Giuliani was instituting that policy. So it significantly affected the crime rate and dropped it. So whether or not you believe stop and frisk is good or not, that's up to your determination of what you believe is ethical for law enforcement to do and the rights that people have. However, what I will tell you, we do not have stop and frisk in San Andreas. You are not permitted to do stop and frisk. Okay? Everybody understand that?
Yes.
Yep.
Good. All right.
I was going to say, I hope not.
Good. Yeah, we do not. A lot of people have a lot of problems with it, and in today's age, it's very, very rare. I think there's 3 cities in the U.S. that I can think of off the top of my head that have stop and frisk, and 2 of them are in Texas.
I was going to say,
So,
does
see-
New York still do the stop and frisk, or?
No, they abolished stop and frisk a long time ago.
See, what you gotta do is use your big brain, right? The way I do it is you just pull somebody over for not using their turn signal and then Terry frisk them.
Yeah, well, stop and frisk didn't even require them to be in a vehicle. They were just standing on the side of the road. Cops would pull up, jump out, throw them up against the fence, and start patting them down.
If they're
Sounds
wearing
like a
like
typical
gang,
Tucson thing to do.
if they're wearing like gang flags, I'd be totally for it. But yeah, no, I'll just pull somebody over for not using their turn signal, and then I'll frisk them. It's for my safety and yours. Oh, what's that in your pocket?
As the lieutenant is saying, when it comes to patting down somebody or frisking them, it's all how you articulate it. You know, try to maintain the fact that we're trying to have community-oriented policing, right? Like, we don't want the public to hate us. We want to work as partners with the public. So if you're patting down everybody you come across, you're going to get a reputation, and you're probably not doing the right thing. But if you can articulate that there's reason to believe that somebody does have a weapon on them, pat them down 100%. Just be able to articulate your reasoning. Okay? It's all about being able to articulate that reasoning, being able to tell the court why you did it. All right, moving on. Automobile exception. What is an automobile exception? Anybody want to take a stab at it?
No idea in the slightest.
All right, fair. So automobile exception is the court understanding that because automobiles in their very nature are easy to move, it is easy for somebody to have evidence in an automobile that could be removed from the scene and tampered with in that manner. And so because of that, if an automobile is believed to be holding evidence, it is very easy for you to articulate to the court why you're capable of searching it. Okay? So, and there's a case law to this, and we're going to talk about it. But basically what it says is if you believe that there's contraband or evidence inside of a vehicle that a crime has been committed or a person's involved in crime, you can search it.
We're still
because
here.
if you don't, that person can easily take that automobile somewhere else and remove that evidence or hide
Somewhere.
it. All right? So that's the automobile exception. Now, one of the things I want to talk about with the automobile exception is mobile homes. Are mobile homes considered an automobile in the law?
No.
No.
Actually, they are. So
Well,
long as a couple of conditions exist. They must be able to, reasonably be moved, meaning they have to have wheels, tires, engine, etc. And they have to be considered an automobile, even if somebody is living in it, so long as you can articulate that if you don't search it based on the automobile exception, that it is likely that they will move it and you won't be able to find it again. Okay? So even if it's a domicile, or AKA where a person is living, it's still considered an automobile if it can be moved like an automobile. Now, if you try to tell the court that you searched somebody's RV and it didn't have wheels on it and the engine's out of it, you're going to be in trouble. You needed a warrant for that. But if you can, look at a vehicle, it's a RV and it's got wheels, tires, engine, can be started and driven, you have the automobile exception if you believe that there's contraband in there, even if it's where somebody's living. Here's the deal. The law says you can do it, but we always want to be on the side of safe. And as such, what I would do is I would have an officer sit on that vehicle. And once you have had an officer sit on that vehicle to make sure it's not being moved or anybody's getting into it or anything like that, go get a warrant. A judge will sign a warrant 100% of the time if you do that, because they appreciate the fact that you're erring on the side of caution, right? We don't have to allow somebody back into an automobile or mobile home if we believe that there's evidence in it. But before we go search it, just get a warrant. That way you're covered. Yeah, go ahead.
Fairly certain that applies to normal homes too. If you're waiting for a warrant and are in the process of getting a warrant, you can 100% prevent people from re-entering their houses.
Yep, absolutely. All right, next. Hot pursuit, exigent circumstance. Anybody know what exigent circumstance is?
No idea.
Okay.
I've
Exigent
heard of it, but
circumstance.
I don't know of it.
Okay. It's a situation in which failure to take immediate action would likely result in bodily harm or death. Okay. So exigent circumstance can also be a situation where if you don't take immediate action, evidence could be destroyed. All right. So hot pursuit falls under exigent circumstance. What is hot pursuit? Well, hot pursuit is if you're chasing somebody and they bail out of their vehicle and run inside of the home and you watch them go inside that home, you're not expected as a police officer to just be like, oh, they made it to home base, they're free to go. You can go in after them because you can tell the court, yeah, I watched my suspect run into that home or that private property and I did not want them to escape. You can go in that situation, all right? So let's talk about exigent circumstance. Like I said, it's any situation where failure to act could result in bodily harm or death. So let's say, for example, you're walking up to a home and you're doing a welfare check. You got called by, somebody's daughter. They're a little bit worried because they haven't heard from a relative for a while. They want you to go knock on the door. As you're walking up to the door, underneath of the garage door, you see a pool of blood coming out. That's exigent circumstance. Why is that exigent circumstance?
Somebody could be dead in there.
Right. Somebody could be dying in there. Somebody could be hurt. Somebody could be dead, right? So what do you have the right to do, even if you don't have a warrant or consent?
Open the garage door.
Yeah, you have the right to go ahead and enter that property and figure out what that blood is from. Okay. Another example of exigent circumstance. Let's say you were, coming to a house to talk to somebody because they've been accused of, trafficking drugs, and you have witnessed them doing such, and you're there as a detective to go ahead and make the arrest. And as you're walking up to the door, you don't have a warrant for the property, but you have a warrant for their arrest. You see that person through the window running into the bathroom with a key of Coke and starting to flush it. Can you break into that house and stop them from doing that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, absolutely. That's exigent circumstance. Okay. So exigent circumstance gives you the right to go ahead and enter a property without a warrant, because you not doing that will result in bad things happening, basically speaking. All right. Any questions on that?
No.
All right. And last but not least, your seventh exception is caretaker function. What is caretaker function? Anybody want to guess?
Never heard of it.
Okay. So caretaker function is when a person or persons has lawful authority over another individual. An example of that might be, for example, a nursing home. Somebody in a nursing home doesn't have the mental capacity or physical capacity to take care of themselves anymore. The nurses in that nursing home are their caretakers. It could also be an elderly person in somebody's home where that person has the lawful right to make decisions for them. Okay. Anybody want to guess what the biggest example of caretaker function is in the United States? Might be surprising to you.
POA.
What is it?
Power of attorney.
Okay, so power of attorney is kind of like for, disabled or elderly folks, but that's not the biggest one. Good guess, though.
Who isn't legally able to make decisions for themselves? Think about that.
Children.
Okay, so where do you think the biggest caretaker function is in the United States based on that?
Parents.
Not necessarily parents.
Where else are children usually at during the day?
Oh, daycare.
School, absolutely. Schools have caretaker function over kids that are attending the school. So what does that mean? It means that if a school tells you that they want you to search a kid's locker or their backpack because they believe they have something they shouldn't have, you don't need that kid's consent, that parent's consent, a warrant, nothing like that. Because that kid being in that school gives the school the lawful authority to make decisions for them because they're a minor. And so you have every right to go ahead and do what the school's asking you to do. Okay? That's the biggest example of caretaker function in the U.S. Most people don't know that. Another one that people really don't know, and this might blow your mind, your employer. If your handbook for your employer, or your contract for your employer states that while you're on their property, anything you bring into their property, whether it be bags, whether it be your lunch, whatever it is, if it's in their contract with you as their employee and you sign that contract, or you took the job and you have a handbook that tells you so, they could absolutely have the police go through your stuff while on their property. So biggest example I can think of is Walmart. All Walmart employees while on Walmart property are subject to law enforcement search and seizure based on their employer's wishes.
Is that because there's so much theft at Walmart?
It's because you're there as a employee of that company, and because that company owns the property that you're on and is employing you. So part of your employment contract is the understanding that anything you bring on their property is no longer private.
Oh, okay.
All right. So that's
I didn't know if they put that in place because of that reasoning, or.
I mean, who knows why? It's just it's their company policy, and because it's their company's property, they get the decision to make on that, right? It's the same as if, let's say somebody. Okay, here's an example that I can think of off the top of my head. There was a video recently where a family decided to let a homeless person park their vehicle on their driveway. They had a long extended driveway to their house. They said they could park their vehicle on their driveway and sleep in it, no problem. They didn't have an issue with that. However, they had a rule that that person could not start that vehicle before 6 a.m. in the morning or leave the vehicle running overnight. When that person did that and then refused to shut it off, they called the police, and the police came, and the private property owner said, yeah, we said they could stay here, but we made them agree verbally that they could not start or run that vehicle before 6 a.m., and they're running it all night long. We want them, removed from the property. That's absolutely caretaker function in that case. And because that was caretaker function, the officers had the right to go ahead and seize the vehicle when that person refused to move it. And they did. They towed it.
Interesting.
Make sense?
Yep.
All right. Any questions on the 7 exceptions?
No.
Real quick, we'll just go over a couple other notable reasons that allow for a warrantless search. These are ones that you're likely not going to run into very much. First one is impounded vehicle. This one you will run into all the time. It's not technically a search. It's considered to be an inventory of a vehicle. And that's for safekeeping of belongings, right? So if you're going to impound a vehicle, for whatever reason, let's say, excessive speeding, and you're going to tow that vehicle because that person's going to jail, you are required to go ahead and inventory and search that vehicle for that inventory purpose. Okay. You need to document everything that's found in that vehicle. And of course, if you find contraband in that documentation of inventory, well, that's a crime. And you can, go ahead and make the arrest because of that too. So impounded vehicles, one. Probation or parole, this one's pretty obvious. If somebody's released from prison on probation, parole rights or status, they no longer have the 4th Amendment. And oftentimes their parole orders or their probationary requirements give law enforcement the right to search that person anytime for any reason, period. And then it gives them the right to walk into their house anytime. Their parole officer can go in and search whatever they want. Those are all standards and conditions of their parole or probation. Another one is open fields. I'm from Wyoming. We have thousands upon thousands of acres of open prairie fields here. People love to toss guns or drugs out into, pastures from the highway. The highway patrol, even though that's private property, they're perfectly within the law to go out into that pasture and recover anything somebody tossed from their vehicle, because there's no formal physical control over that field other than just, say, a fence. So people can't just toss stuff out into a private field and say, oh, you can't go get that. That's one of the exceptions. And then last but not least is U.S. border crossings. Whenever you cross a U.S. border, whether it be from Canada or Mexico, you have no rights, period. You're coming back onto sovereign U.S. territory. They can search and do whatever they want to. No questions asked. And if you fail to, abide by what they're doing, you will go to jail. And not just jail, federal jail. So when you're going back and forth between the U.S. and Canada or U.S. and Mexico, be aware of that. Your rights are completely suspended until they tell you otherwise. You can be searched. You can have your stuff gone through. It does not matter. All right. Any questions?
No.
Nope.
If you're talking, we cannot hear you.
I'm not. I'm getting these links set for you here in the Academy channel.
Oh, okay.
All right, everybody get those links?
Yep.
All right, go ahead and open up the first one. We're going to talk about the top 10 case laws that affect you as a law enforcement officer. Obviously, there's thousands of case laws. Case laws are laws that the Supreme Court has made and determined based on cases that have come through their court. And what they are is they're so profound that the court determines them to be case law, and those laws determine from that point on what is going to be considered to be lawful and how the court will determine based on those cases. Okay? So, first one is Graham versus Connor. Graham versus Connor was established in 1989, and Graham versus Connor is the most important case law when it comes to use of force, and can be articulated or said to be very important when it comes to just any law enforcement activity. Okay? So what is Graham versus Connor? Well, it's, like I said, it's the cornerstone of use of force evaluation, and it holds that all uses of force, with whether deadly or not, are held to an objective reasonableness standard. Objective reasonableness needs to be ingrained in your brain. That is an important term. What is objective reasonableness? It means that objectively, another police officer would believe that what you're doing is reasonable. And that's based on 3 prongs: the severity of the crime, whether or not the suspect is resisting arrest or attempting to evade you, and whether or not the suspect poses an immediate threat to officer safety or to the public safety. Okay? And they don't all have to be severe. You know, when you look at those 3 points on that, one of them can be more severe than the others and be your reason for using force. So basically, Graham versus Connor in a nutshell is the case law that says that the force that you're using is reasonable, and it's based on whether or not another officer feels it's reasonable. When it comes to use of force, it's not up to the public to judge, because oftentimes the public doesn't understand why we do what we do. They don't know our job. They haven't sat in this classroom to be told and taught what is reasonable and what is not reasonable. Okay? Now, an example I like to use is, let's say I respond to a scene, and as I'm getting out of my vehicle, I see a person, they have a gun, and they point that gun at me. Is it reasonable for me to use force at them, against them?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Because you've physically seen a gun in their hand.
Exactly, right? And I believe I'm at threat of being shot. Now, would another officer believe they're at threat of being shot in that same situation?
I would hope so.
I would hope so too. Otherwise, they shouldn't be wearing a badge. Now, but the difference is, would a member of the public necessarily believe that it's okay for me to shoot? Because that person hasn't shot yet, right?
Correct.
So there could be very well a person, a member of the public, who's not a trained police officer, that believes it's not reasonable for me to shoot. And that's why Graham versus Connor establishes that the reasonable objectiveness is that of a police officer. Now, let's go a little farther into this, and we're going to kind of go back to what we were talking about, where communication is critical for a police officer. It is critical for a police officer to communicate at all times through everything they're doing. And here's why. Is it legal or illegal for me to start using a baton on a person, but not giving them any legal commands or lawful commands?
Illegal.
It's illegal. And why would it be illegal?
Because the person doesn't know what you're doing. If you're just beating them up, they think you're just beating them up to beat them up.
Right. Graham versus Connor requires that we're giving the person the information they need for us to stop using force on them. That's part of it. That's part of reasonable objectiveness. All right? Or objective reasonableness, excuse me. It's not reasonable for me to believe the person knows what I expect them to do if I'm sitting on there beating on them and not telling them what they need to do for me to stop beating on them, is it? That's excessive force, and it's unlawful force. Okay? I have to give somebody the understanding of what it is they're expected to do for me to stop using force, and that's part of that Graham versus Connor. Everybody understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Also, going back to our example, let's say the person that has a gun pointed at me is on the other side of a brick wall from a group of people. I see them pointing a gun, I draw my firearm and I shoot without saying a word. What do you think the people on the other side of that brick wall are going to think when they see me shooting without saying a word? Don't be shy. What would you think if you saw a cop just jump out of their vehicle and start blasting without saying a word?
Oh.
I'll be
Excessive
scared.
force.
Yeah, you'd think they're probably murdering somebody, right? Like, why are they shooting? What do they shoot that guy for? Okay? And they're going to go to court as a witness, and they're going to be like, yeah, Your Honor, I didn't hear the officer say a single word. He just got out and started blasting. Okay? But let's say same scenario. This time I get out of my vehicle. I see the guy pointing a gun at me. I draw and I yell, drop the gun, drop the gun, drop the gun. At the same time I'm pulling the trigger. Now what does the public believe?
That you're not a bad cop.
Well, I mean, it is 2025 and that's,
Everybody thinks a cop's a bad cop nowadays.
right. It is what it is. But what do they have to, under oath, say in court?
They have to say that the officer did say something prior to opening fire.
What did you hear the officer saying, sir? Oh, I heard him yelling, drop the gun. Okay. Was it reasonable to believe that he thought or saw that the person he shot had a gun? Well, he was yelling it. All right. I no more questions, Your Honor. There's a big difference between those two things. Okay. So it's important to understand that Graham versus Connor is critical to understand in order to make sure that you're using force appropriately. And it's important to understand that it's not based on what the public thinks. It's based on what a police officer thinks. Okay? Next is Terry versus Ohio. Come on, we know this one. What have we been talking about as far as when we can?
This is the one
pat somebody
where,
down?
yeah, this is the frisking.
Yeah, it's called a Terry frisk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Reason it's called a Terry frisk is because of Terry versus Ohio. So Terry versus Ohio gives the officer the ability to search for weapons only with reasonable suspicion with a frisk. The word search is loaded. It should be frisk them for weapons. Okay. And it's only when you believe a person may be armed and dangerous. So you need reasonable suspicion to believe that they have a weapon on them, but you can articulate for officer safety, if you're going to be putting somebody in handcuffs or something like that, you can frisk them. Or if you, have other reason to believe they have a weapon on them. That's all under Terry versus Ohio. What constitutes reasonable suspicion for a pat down? It could be their appearance, their actions, prior knowledge of them, their demeanor, your training and experience, the location, the time of day, purpose for your stop, their companions or lack thereof, other sources of information. The point is it's broad. And if you can articulate your reason, then you're good to go. And Terry versus Ohio makes sure that the court understands that you have that right to do that. Miranda versus Arizona, 1966. We've been talking about this one too. What is Miranda versus Arizona?
That's our Miranda rights.
That's the one that basically indicates that the court has determined that a police officer needs to advise a person of what their Fifth Amendment rights are and what their rights are while they're being questioned in order for you to use their statements in court, right? Custody and interrogation is what that refers to. If both are present, Miranda rights need to be read. We talked about this at length, so I'm not going to go into it very much more. I think you guys understand it very well, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. read through that on your own time when you get a chance, because there's a little bit more information in there, and I think is pretty good. So it kind of talks about like what if they're on a phone interview, et cetera, et cetera. You don't have to Mirandize them because they can hang up at any time. They're not in custody. So basically, Miranda requires that they're being detained, they're in custody of some sort, and you're interrogating them. Okay? So read a little bit through that when you get a chance.
Now, I have a question. If, like, say you're in a phone interview with them and before you even start talking, you have, like, a message that comes over their thing saying, you know, this is being recorded or whatever. Can that still be used?
I mean, it depends on the conversation and whether or not wiretapping law applies. So that's conditional. Generally speaking, if you're on a phone interview with a person, they're not in custody of any kind. And so they have the right to stop the conversation by simply hanging up, so you don't need to Mirandize them.
Okay.
All right. Minnesota versus Dickerson, 1993. Minnesota versus Dickerson basically discusses the part of the frisk that we talked about where if you feel contraband, you can take it or seize it. You're covered in doing that, what we talked about as far as, you know, what you believe to be contraband and going in and finding out what it actually is by Minnesota versus Dickerson. Minnesota versus Dickerson states that basically in the conduct of a pat down, which is running the hands over the outer clothing, if you feel something that you believe to be contraband, you're able to take it. However, you're limited in that scope. For example, you cannot manipulate the item in your fingers in order to determine what it is. It has to be readily believed to be contraband. If you're sitting there, you know, squeezing it and rolling it between your fingers, and then you're like, oh, well, you know what? I do think that's contraband. You've gone beyond the scope of Minnesota versus Dickerson. And you're in the scope of now you're violating somebody's rights. You cannot do that, okay? It has to be readily identifiable as potentially contraband. And basically, it's the plain feel doctrine is what it's referred to as. So how do you identify something that might be a pipe, a bag of drugs, other illicit items by running your hand over it? Well, that's all based on your training. Okay? And it's why, you know, ongoing training and understanding what could potentially be contraband is important. In the real world, you know, training bulletins are a major part of law enforcement. You know, they send out emails about pen knives, cell phone guns, pepper spray and markers, 12-gauge shotgun shells and flashlights, all those things. And if you can articulate in court that you'd seen training material on that and you believe that to be the case, and that's why that person had that item, well, then you're covered under Minnesota versus Dickerson, right? But we talked about it here in the city. Obviously, if you feel something and it tells you that it's potentially a weapon, and you open up their inventory, and you see something in their inventory that you can articulate that you would have readily been able to feel, okay, then that could be part of the Minnesota versus Dickerson discovery of pat down. But again, don't be an asshole about it. Make sure that it's something that everybody else would be like, oh yeah, you would definitely feel that. All right. What is Florida versus jail? Somebody want to read that for me? Or break it down? All right, we'll talk about it. So basically, let's say somebody calls.
Hold on. Hell.
Huh?
Cadet Hell, break it down for the man.
Oh, yeah, there you go. From reading that, what do you see? What do you think that's talking about? I don't think so.
So basically, it means like you need to have like reasonable suspicion, I guess, more or less, to be able to gather information, I'm assuming.
Well, so it refers to an anonymous call. Okay. So basically, it advises that an anonymous tip being called into dispatch or to law enforcement does not constitute reasonable suspicion without more justification being present. So let's say, for example, I get called to PDM. Somebody calls 911. They say, yeah, this guy in this red jacket has a gun. Well, that does not give me the right to walk up and frisk that person. I can respond and I can go over and I can talk to the person in a consensual contact, but I can't detain them. I can't frisk them. And I have no reasonable suspicion based on an anonymous tip. That's what Florida versus jail tells us. Now, if I go up and I see that person with a red jacket on, and then now all of a sudden I see imprinting of a concealed firearm because they're bad at concealing it, now I have reasonable suspicion because I can see imprinting of something. And so now I can say, oh, yep, I showed up. I was just going to talk to the person or see if I could locate them, but I saw imprinting on their jacket, so I went ahead and frisked them based on that. Now you're within the law. But just using an anonymous tip to say, oh, yep, that person says you have a gun, I need to pat you down, that's not lawful. And the Florida versus jail case is actually an interesting read if you get the chance. It was highly litigated, and it determined that the anonymous tip in itself is not reasonable suspicion. All right, go ahead and open up the part 2 of it.
Oops, so I don't cancel that. Okay.
Anybody?
Looks like we got Pennsylvania versus Mims.
Do we know what it is?
Yeah, it gives the cop the ability to tell somebody to get out their car.
Good. Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. So Pennsylvania versus Mims gives you the right as a police officer for any reason whatsoever during a lawful traffic stop, with or without probable cause or reasonable suspicion beyond the initial stop, it gives you the right to take them out of their vehicle. Okay? Simply stated, a person does not have the right to stay in their car when a police officer tells them to get out. If they don't get out, they're disobeying a lawful order and you can take them to jail. Okay? It also makes it to where they're required to provide identification. So how do we utilize Pennsylvania versus Mims? Well, the easiest way is when somebody is not making your job very easy, or for officer safety reasons. Let's say you walk up on a vehicle and somebody is blaring their radio, okay? Or they only roll their window down just a crack and not all the way. It's making it difficult for you to do your job, right? So you say, hey, can you roll down your window all the way for me? Or can you turn your radio off for me during the duration of this traffic stop? If they refuse, well, what is your option?
Pull them out.
Yeah, just take them out of their vehicle and get them away from it. All right? You don't want to roll down your window for me? That's fine. Step out of your vehicle. If you don't step out of your vehicle, I will take you to jail today. You're required under law to step out of your vehicle when I ask you to. Okay? Don't let a person dictate the traffic stop on you. A lot of people will try. Just take them out of the vehicle and do what you got to do. The law gives you the right to do that. Okay? So instead of trying to control everything inside the vehicle and, struggling with that, just take them out. Remove them from the vehicle, put them in a safe place where you can observe them, where they're not going to get hit by traffic, and, deal with what you got to deal with. Maryland versus Wilson is very closely related to Pennsylvania versus Mims. However, it refers to what? Anybody?
Probable cause?
Nope. So if Pennsylvania versus Mims refers to the driver, what does Maryland versus Wilson refer to?
Passenger?
passengers. You have just as much right to take a passenger out of a vehicle as you have a driver. Okay? You can require a passenger to step out of a vehicle at any time. You can require a passenger to stay on a scene. They do not have the right to leave if they're a passenger in a vehicle when you pull over that vehicle. You can choose if you want them to leave. Like if they say, officer, I don't want any part of this. Can I just walk? If you don't have any reason to keep them there, yeah, you could let them go. But if you have a reason to keep them there, or you just, for officer safety, don't want to, have them walking away or having to deal with that, nope, you're not free to go. You're detained as well. Okay? And Maryland versus Wilson gives you that right. So you can remove anybody from the vehicle at any time on a traffic stop for any reason. You don't have to have a probable cause. You don't have to have a reasonable suspicion. There doesn't have to be a crime being committed. As long as your traffic stop was conducted initially for a for probable cause, you're good to go. All right. Now, a driver is required to hand you their identification when asked for because they're the one in operation of the vehicle, right? Is a passenger required to hand you identification?
Absolutely not.
Yes.
It's tough for
They're
you
not,
to.
unless what?
Witness to be a failure to
involved in the
identify.
investigation.
Possibly. Basically, simply stated is they only have to identify themselves if you have separate, reasonable, articulable suspicion or probable cause that they're also involved in a crime. Okay? Once you've established that, then you can ask for ID. So, for example, let's say you pull over a vehicle, you walk up, there's, two homeboys sitting in the front seats, and you smell marijuana. Now, do you have the right to identify the passenger as well as the driver?
Yep.
Yes.
You absolutely do. Do you have the right to, go ahead and pat down the passenger as well as the driver?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Right? Do you have the right to search the passenger and the driver?
No.
Well, you do because probable
Yes.
cause exists that there's
Yeah.
marijuana, right?
True.
So, yeah, you do. Because the probable cause allows you to search. Okay? So, that's what Pennsylvania versus Mims and Maryland versus Wilson are. All
What's the next one, Callum?
Tennessee versus Garner.
Yeah.
Hey, Barletti. Come up here and explain what that one is to the cadets, please.
Good call.
It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's a lot of officers get it wrong though, so it's important to
You're
understand.
explaining case law.
Tennessee versus Garner, 1985. Go ahead.
Just so y'all know here, Trooper Barletti is attending this weekend to receive his FTO certification. So,
Congratulations.
Tennessee versus Garner.
Oh, well, Tennessee versus Garner is a case law that prevents a police officer from, or it limits the police officer from using deadly force in certain situations.
Go on.
Well, specifically for a fleeing suspect.
Okay, and what are the factors that have to be present for an officer to establish Tennessee versus Garner against a fleeing suspect?
There has to be a situation that could result in, harm on an individual, whether it be the officer or somebody else, let's say the suspect has a knife and he's running towards somebody. Situations like that.
Okay, want to expand on that just a little bit?
I don't really think I can't explain any specific situations.
Okay.
I was thinking of is
So
hold up. So it's the fuck around and find out case law is what it is. Essentially, it gives officers the purview to use deadly force to prevent somebody from escaping if they pose an imminent risk of serious bodily harm or death to themselves or others. So
I was
The
thinking
more
about
that
the
they fuck
situation,
around, the more they're
like
gonna
an
find out.
example where a suspect was fleeing into a building, but technically that's two situations. It's exigent circumstance, and it could also
Yeah.
Tennessee versus Garner.
Well, case
The
law
best
wise,
example?
it does fall under that.
Yeah, the best example that I have for this case law is, all right, let's say you respond to a call at a store, all right, and you're with your partner, and you pull up on scene, you get out of your car, and this dude just starts shooting at you right away. After a couple of seconds, dude starts running through an open field. You go to chase after him, but you look back and realize that your partner is critically wounded. If you turn around and shoot him in the back while he is running away, because he is running towards a populated area, towards other civilization, you are covered under that case law. Because he is an imminent threat. He's already proven that. And other people's lives are at risk by not stopping the threat.
Or a situation where maybe it's like a pursuit and they get out of the vehicle and they're running towards another like vehicle. Say it be somebody else and they're trying to take that vehicle. That's also a situation.
Yeah. So, and actually, in the lieutenant's example, if he already shot a police officer, he doesn't even need to be running towards more people. He could just be running out into an open field towards a forest. You have every right to shoot that individual because they've already committed a violent act against a police officer using deadly force. So you would absolutely be rightful to shoot them in the back as they run away because they've already proven that they're willing to shoot and kill or attempt to kill a police officer in their attempt to escape. So you would absolutely be covered under Tennessee versus Garner. Now, the problem where people get into unlawful interpretation of a Tennessee versus Garner situation is where the person is no longer an imminent threat. Okay? Because imminent threat is a critical aspect of Tennessee versus Garner. Let's say, for example, somebody is in a hostage situation. They're in a barricaded subject situation where they have a hostage. They're holding a gun to the hostage's head. Okay. And they are obviously an imminent threat in that situation. Well, let's say they take off and they run, and they're running away from police. And while they're running away from police, they toss the gun up on the roof. Can you shoot them after they've tossed that gun up on the roof?
No.
No, because they're no
longer a threat.
They're no longer an imminent threat, right? Even if he's running towards more people, you cannot articulate in court that that person's an imminent threat because the deadly force that you believe that made them an imminent threat is no longer in their possession. Now, Tennessee versus Garner is highly subjective. And what I'm going to tell you is always err on the side of caution. If you have a question that shooting somebody as a fleeing felon is, maybe not right, then don't do it. Be 100% sure that you're in the right in doing so. And again, the words imminent threat, you've got to keep that in mind. They have to be an imminent threat. So if they've already done serious, injury or harm to somebody, and they're escaping, will likely mean they're going to do it again. For example, if they shoot a cop, guess what? They're going to shoot more cops. There's zero doubt about that. They've already shot one. They have nothing to lose, and they know they're going to prison. So they're going to do whatever they can to continue to remain free or get away from the police. That's an imminent threat, right? Or if let's say it's a person who's suicidal and they've got a gun to their head, they're not thinking straight. They've got a firearm and they're walking towards more people. Is that an imminent threat?
Yep.
Absolutely. Anybody seen the video out of Arizona from about 20 years back where a Phoenix police officer, they have a guy walking down the street with a shotgun threatening to shoot himself? And as he's walking down the street on the sidewalk, the cop guns the engine and runs his ass into a brick wall with his car at 65 miles an hour.
Oof. No, I haven't seen it,
it's
but
quite the video to watch. But why was the officer lawful in doing that, even though the guy was only threatening to shoot himself?
because he's still an imminent threat to.
He's still an imminent threat, absolutely. And he's walking through a neighborhood with a whole bunch of houses where he could immediately turn and go into a house and take a hostage. Okay, so he was covered under Tennessee versus Garner. But again, you know, not to beat a dead horse to death, but if you have any question in your mind whether or not you're lawful to make that shot, don't take the shot. It should be a 100%. I'm sure I'm doing the right thing to protect lives. Okay.
My usual go-to for me, and I've been doing this a long time. Trust your gut. It doesn't really lie unless you're hungry. If you gotta actually sit there and stop and think about, should I do this? You probably shouldn't do it.
Yep. It should be one of them situations where your training and instinct takes over and you just do it without thinking too much about it because you know in your brain you're doing the right thing. Any questions on Tennessee versus Garner? It's an important one because it's the one that, quite frankly, in 5M is butchered to death.
Nope.
No.
All right. Moving on. Kimmel versus California, 1969. Kimmel versus California is our search incident lawful arrest law. Basically, it refers to what is within the lunge area or the area of reach of a person. So in Kimmel versus California, he was arrested in his home. Officers asked for consent to search his home. He denied it. The officers searched anyway, considering it to be search incident lawful arrest. When considering it to be search incident lawful arrest, the officers have to be able to explain why they believe the area to be searched was in an immediate area of the arrestee and why they think it may have contained a weapon that may have been able to harm them or that evidence that could have been destroyed before they collected it. In Kimmel, they were wrong. They illegally searched and they were found to have been illegally searching and all that it was tossed. The entire case was tossed by the Supreme Court. But basically, the factors, you know, could they reach it easily from where they were at when you saw them? Would it be reasonable for the evidence that you're trying to find to be hidden in that reach area? And, you know, is there a threat present to the officer if you don't immediately find whatever it is that they might have had? Or is there a threat that whatever they might have had might be destroyed easily? Those are the things that you need to think about in that. Okay? One of the things that this applies to the most, really, honestly, in most states is vehicles. They have what they call the driver's lunge area or wingspan area. So let's say you arrest somebody, they have drugs on them. There's a lot of states that say you can only search the parts of the vehicle that they would be able to reach from the driver's seat. We're not one of those states. You find drugs on them, you can search their entire car. Okay? A lot of states are the way we are here, where if they have contraband on them and they're in a vehicle, that entire vehicle is subject to being searched. But it's important to know your laws for where you're at.
I was gonna say, even here in Virginia where I live, if you're being searched, you're searched the whole thing.
Yeah, here, if they're in a vehicle and you find contraband on them, their entire vehicle is subject to being searched. All right. If you want some interesting read, Arizona versus Gant limited the scope of that search even further. Arizona is very strict on their lunge area searching because of it. Illinois versus Wardlow basically is a pretty simple to understand case law that was established in 2000. It essentially says that if we're driving through an area in a marked patrol vehicle and that area is believed to be a fairly high crime area and suddenly somebody sees you in your patrol vehicle and they turn around and run, that's in itself enough for you to go ahead and apprehend them and, you know, detain them and figure out why they're running. Basically, the law says it's not normal for somebody to flee from the police when the police aren't there for them. You know, that's a weird behavior. If you got, you know, if something on your mind is making you run the second you see a cop, you're probably doing something wrong. So Illinois versus, well, go ahead.
My favorite one's when you pull somebody over and the passenger hops out and just starts
booking it. Yeah, that falls under Illinois versus Wardlow too.
Usually when they do that kind of stuff, it's because they most likely have a warrant for their arrest and they know it.
A warrant or contraband, they got drugs, they got a gun. There's a million reasons, but yeah, whatever their reasoning is, they definitely are, you know, doing something criminal. So Illinois versus Wardlow gives you the ability to find out what it is. So let's say you're driving down Grove Street, high gang area, and you see somebody walking down the sidewalk and they turn and see your marked state police cruiser, and all of a sudden they're booking it the other direction. Apprehend them and figure out why they're booking it the other direction. Even if you had no intention of even talking to them in the first place, what they're doing is weird and guilty acting. So go find out why. That's Illinois versus Wardlow. Easy one, right?
Yep.
Very easy.
All right, Florida versus Bostic in 1991. This is an interesting case. Basically, in this situation, Bostic was an individual that was chartering a bus. He was on a charter bus about to leave. The staff at the bus depot believed he didn't have a ticket. Officers went aboard the bus to confirm his identity and that he had a ticket. In the process of doing that, they asked if they could search his luggage, not having any reason to suspect him of a crime. They were basically asking for consent. He said, yeah, no problem. He gave consent, right? One of the 7 exceptions of the Fourth Amendment we talked about was consent.
Yep.
And when he gave consent, they located a whole bunch of cocaine in his bags. And I mean like a whole bunch. I think it was like 40 keys or something like that.
Jesus.
Fucking rookie.
Right. And then he went to court and he basically said that he didn't feel that he had the ability to deny consent because he didn't have the ability to leave easily because the officers were standing over him while he was seated in the bus and they were blocking the aisleway. And the court said, no, you're full of shit. You had every right to say, no, officers, I don't want you to search anything. I'm not being suspected of a crime. And so the court was like, yeah, too bad, so sad. You're going to prison. But the moral of the story is Florida versus Bostic basically says that short of us detaining somebody and preventing their leaving or, coercing them to give consent, consent is consent is consent. And if they give you consent, you can do what you need to do. All right?
Got it.
All right, last one. Carroll versus United States, 1925. Anybody know what Carroll versus U.S. is? I'll give you a hint. It's one of our 7 exceptions. It's the automobile exception. Carroll versus United States refers to the automobile exception. Anybody want to take a guess why it was 1925? Think about what was going on in 1925. Prohibition. So what was going on during Prohibition that established Carroll versus U.S.? Bootleggers, right?
Oh yeah.
People driving up and down the roads carrying illegal alcohol, right?
They're darn moonshiners.
Yeah, moonshiners. So Carroll versus U.S. was a case law that came to the court in 1925 because the guy named, I can't remember his first name, something Carroll, was saying that it was illegal for the police to search his vehicle. But the court said it's reasonable for the police to search your vehicle for illegal alcohol because it's a vehicle. And you could have easily driven it away in the time that it would have taken to get a warrant to prove that you had alcohol in that vehicle. Right? So that's where Carroll versus U.S. was established. That's why the automobile exception exists, because of, moonshiners running illegal alcohol. But it stands to this day. The court has reviewed it 4 times that I'm aware of since 1925, and every time they've determined that, yes, it's reasonable for an officer to search without a warrant when a vehicle has the ability to easily remove contraband or evidence of a crime from the scene. And that's the case law that covers you on that, all right? Pretty cool case to read about, actually. If you like U.S. history, you like learning about, moonshining and bootleggers and stuff back in Prohibition, I think it's an interesting topic. And it definitely changed the face of law enforcement in the United States, but it's probably one of the most interesting cases to read. So go
Just
check
out
it
of
out.
curiosity, anybody found a moonshiner yet? This isn't really for the cadets, it's for all the people over there against the wall.
I have not.
Alright.
All right. Any questions on any of those case laws?
No.
All right, let's get into the last part of your classroom today. We're going to talk about communication, referring to your communication with dispatch, other officers using the radio. So, plain speech. That is how we talk on the radio. We are not one of those edgy departments that still uses 10 code. Okay? Plain speech is a style of communication using easy to understand, plain language with an emphasis on clarity, brevity, and avoidance of complex vocabulary. It's commonly used in relation to official government and business communication. Back in the day, almost all agencies used to use 10 code. Well, the reason they used to use 10 code is, that, quite frankly, the radios sucked, right? It was very hard to understand what somebody was saying over an 800 megahertz staticky radio. And so departments started using 10 code in order to be easily understandable by dispatch and other officers. Well, we're in 2025, and now radios have more clarity than most of your cell phones. All right? I'm sorry, UHF radios were the old ones. 800 megahertz are the new ones. And because they have the clarity of a cell phone, there's no need for us to be spouting off a bunch of 10 code. Simply just say what you want to say. Instead of saying, 100 control, show me in a 1080 with a 1025 and 1032 northbound on Sonora Freeway, I'm just going to say, 100 control, show me in an active pursuit with a black and color vehicle. Subject's going to be involved in a hit and run accident. Okay? Much, much easier. So,
didn't they also get rid of a lot of the 10 codes because of the whole 9/11 thing?
Well, that was ultimately what established federally that plain speech was to be used. So there were two situations where law enforcement agencies, over 100 law enforcement agencies, came together. And what they determined based on that is that every agency spoke their own language when it came to 10 codes. Every 10 code was different across the nation. Where I'm from, 1080 was a bank robbery. 1050, which is an accident in most places, I think. 1050 was that a tow truck was needed. So there was no universal 10 code. And because of that, during Hurricane Katrina and 9/11, agencies were all trying to talk on the radio and nobody understood what the hell anybody was talking about. So the federal government stepped in and they established what's called NIMS, National Incident Emergency Management, National Incident Management System. And NIMS requires that all agencies, all first responders use plain speech. That's why we teach plain speech here. And that's why even agencies that still use 10 code, if they're involved in a federal incident or an incident with multiple agencies, they're required to use plain speech. So that's why we use that. Now, despite the fact that we use plain speech, we do have a couple of codes and signals, and they're for safety or for, a priority level. So codes are numbers or letters utilized to give information about status, condition, or event for the purpose of brevity or cryptic communication. And signals are similar to codes, but they're intended to prevent a bystander from overhearing a communication and understanding what's being communicated. All right.
Got
Don't
it.
everybody say talk all at once.
What's that?
I didn't
Don't
hear.
everybody answer all at once.
I was gonna say I didn't hear what was said after.
Okay, well,
third.
So, like I was saying, here we use plain speech when talking to dispatch, other officers, etc. Of department, doesn't matter what agency you're in. We do use signal and code. We're going to talk about those here in just a second. Now, when it comes to radios, use etiquette. Remember, the radio is a lifeline for an officer in trouble. If you're spouting off a whole bunch of crap on the radio we don't need to know about, you're very, very likely going to be blocking pertinent communication or even life-saving communication. You don't want to be that guy, all right? We'll talk more about this, or girl. We'll talk about this more when we do traffic stops and stuff tomorrow, but for example, on a traffic stop, there's 3 pieces of information I need to know. License plate, make, model of the vehicle, or description of it if you don't have the make, model, and where you're at. Other than that, I don't care about literally anything else, and neither does dispatch. We don't need to know how many people are in the vehicle. We don't need to know what they're doing that caused you to pull them over. We don't need to know that the driver, is making weird motions with her hand. Like, none of that is pertinent information to be put over the radio. Driver's license plate number, make, model, or description, and where you're at. If nothing else, where you're at is critical. If we don't know where you're at, we can't get help to you if you need it. Okay?
9
So
times out of 10, try to give cross street and the street.
yeah, exactly.
That's
Yep.
another thing that you guys might need to adjust to. We do not use postals, and part of the training is do you need to learn the street names?
Yep.
Yeah, if you can't give a cross street, or if you're on a long stretch of road, just give direction of travel. At least.
Yep, absolutely. Or a landmark. So, for example, let's say you're on, Sonora Freeway, and you don't know that Panorama is the road that has the big purple dinosaur at Rex's Diner. So you just say, I'm northbound on Sonora Freeway by the big purple dinosaur. Every
Clearly you don't know
officer
your
in the
streets either, because it's Sonora Way.
Yeah, that's Sonora Way.
No, I'm talking if you're on the freeway. Like if you're actually northbound
Yes,
on the
but
highway.
Rex's is on Sonora, not Panorama.
Right, but if you're underneath a panorama, but you know the dinosaur is there, it's enough information for the officers to know where you're at on the freeway, is what I mean. You're right, it is Panorama, or I'm sorry, Sonora Way that the dinosaur is on, but what my point is you're getting close enough information that if you say I'm north on Sonora Freeway by the dinosaur, we're going to know where you're at.
Point is if it's a generally common landmark that people are going to know, just go ahead and add it.
Yep. Yep, exactly. So if you don't know exactly what street you're on, 1, practice your geography more, but 2, at least give a landmark of where you're at. And the one biggest pet peeve I have, and you'll hear me say it to you on the street, I will absolutely call you out on it and make you feel bad. If you tell me that you're on a street and that street is 5 miles long and you don't give me a cross or a landmark of some sort, I have no idea where you're at, and I'm going to get upset at you. You need to be telling me not just that you're on a street, but where you're at on that street, because a lot of streets are very, very long. Okay. For example, Strawberry. Strawberry can go all the way from the Maze Bank Arena all the way up to where it meets to LS Freeway.
Sometimes I've found in the moment it's hard to think of the cross street, but if you're coming up on a cross street after you've given the call out of what street you're on, maybe there's like 5 or 6 seconds in between your last transmission. Go ahead and say now passing such and such, now passing Strawberry, now passing, whatever street you're passing, San Andreas. Just give active and continual call outs on what cross streets you're going across, and then they'll get the hint on where you're going, where you're coming up on, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Think about it this way. Let's say you get on a traffic stop and you've only given a street and not a cross street, and all of a sudden that guy jumps out and starts shooting at you. You want help coming to you real fast, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, everybody should be giving you a resounding yes for that. So if you want help coming real fast to you, but all they know is the street you're on, and you're radioing out shots fired, officer needs help, it's going to take them a lot longer to find where you're at, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Sure enough.
Yep. So it's an officer safety issue. That's why we require you to learn geography, learn those streets. Okay. Of course, we don't know all the side streets. Very few people do. I'm, been here way too long, so I can tell you every street in this state. But, other than that, just have a good idea where you're at. Make sure you know the mains. Hell, even if you're 2 streets north of like a main street, give the main street and give 2 blocks north of it, right? So let's say I pull somebody over and I'm at Elgin and San Andreas, right? But you don't know you're at San Andreas, or you don't know the street that you're up from San Andreas, which would be Swiss Street by the hospital, right? Tell them, traffic stop, I'm going to be Elgin, 2 blocks north of San Andreas. We'll find you. It's easy. We know where you're at. You're on Swiss Street. All right.
Also, make sure to know your regions as well. Like, Alamo Sea, Mount Chiliad, Los Santos. And whenever you're going on these freeways, remember they change names after a certain point. So, for example, if you're traveling on Los Santos Freeway and it becomes Sonora Highway or Sonora Freeway, and then you keep going down Sonora Freeway, and now it becomes Great Ocean. So be mindful.
Yep. Yep. Now, thankfully, we all have GPSs in our cars, so that'll help you out. But again, you know, it's an expectation that we have that over time, you guys start to learn your geography. We're pretty serious about that. All right. Radio transmissions need to be short, clear, and concise, like we talked about. And if dispatchers are not in service, you're going to self-dispatch. When the dispatch is in service, which we're working on getting a new head dispatcher, then
What
you'll...
happened to Mr. Johnson?
He said he was mentally unable to continue doing it.
Ah, shit. All right.
Yep. So anyway, if dispatch is in service and on the radio, you will communicate through dispatch, and dispatch will communicate to you, right? So make sure you're not over-talking or overstepping dispatch. You'll get experience with that more as we get dispatch back in service. And if you need help with that, of course, you have your supervisors and trainers to help you. As I talked about, radio communication is critical to first responders and therefore must be the highest professionalism of all times. Every once in a while, you're going to hear somebody come over the radio and be like, oh, it's quiet tonight, or, you know, a little bit of just a little side comment or something like that. If the radio's not being used, you're not going to be in serious issue. As a cadet, don't do that. You're absolutely not going to have a happy trainer with you if you do that. But once you get out of cadet phase, you're out on the street. Look, a little bit of camaraderie is fine, but be professional. Don't be swearing on the radio. Don't be doing anything like that.
There's a time and place. Those kinds of things. Remember.
Absolutely. And if you say it's quiet on the radio and then we immediately have something big kick off, guess who's going to be the first one to be writing paperwork?
Usually
All right.
Callum.
Yeah, usually.
You'll be doing all the reports for the rest of the night for everybody.
All right. Failure to maintain radio discipline will result in a warning or possible disciplinary action. That should go without saying. Sorry about that. When it comes to giving letters over the radio, we don't just say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, because, for example, like M and N sound very similar, don't they?
Yes.
Over the radio, it might be difficult for dispatcher or fellow officer to understand what you're saying. So we give phonetics. Now you have two options in the state. You can use police phonetic or you can use NATO phonetic. Police phonetic is what is commonly used by agencies like LAPD, things like that. That's going to be, for example, like Adam, Boyd, Charles, David, Edward, Frank, George, etc., etc. And NATO is what is commonly used by military and aviation. That's going to be Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, etc. I don't care which one you use. What I do care about is that you don't make up your own shit, right? I hear you saying, yeah, I got a license plate, Apple, you know, xylophone, Canadian goose. We're going to have a talk. Learn one of them. If you don't know either of them, learn police because you're here in a police function. I would prefer you learn that. But if you already know NATO, great. If you don't, you know, learn one. Make sure you study it, practice it, know it. That way you're not giving out your own crap and getting your supervisors and your trainers upset at you. Little post-it notes if you need them will be great help. All right?
I'm going to interject there. If you have to learn one, learn the NATO one. The reason I'm saying that is because later down the road, if you get into like aviation or another function that involves a phonetic alphabet, you don't have to relearn them.
I suppose.
Not only that, but NATO is way more widely accepted than.
Yeah,
it was also easier to learn.
Especially since, you know, doing in your day-to-day life, I promise you've heard it once or twice.
Yeah, I mean, I know them both, so I don't care either way. If you want to learn NATO, learn NATO. Doesn't matter to me. Just like I said, use one of the two.
Just remember, the most common time you're going to be using those phonetic alphabets is when you're calling out license plates. So learn it as soon as possible.
Yeah. I mean, You know, back in 2002, I went to Wyoming Police Academy, and if we used NATO there, we got yelled at. So I learned police real fast. But, you know, do you learn one of them? Just make sure you do learn one of them. We got smoked if we did NATO alphabet there. We did like 20 push-ups per one we did.
But your instructors must have been terrible.
It was very military-like.
And they didn't use NATO.
And they didn't use NATO. They used police because literally because the instructor said you're cops, you're not military here. All right. So codes, like I said, there's the response codes. Code 1 is a non-urgent situation, or what we call routine. No lights, no sirens. These are gonna be any call that you don't have to have any urgency to get to. Cold calls, you know, robberies where it happened a while back, and there's no threat of a person still being there that could be harmful. Minor traffic fender benders, where traffic's not
what's up,
being
Taco?
blocked. Anything that doesn't require you to exceed the speed limit or break traffic laws to get
We're
there.
almost done,
because
though.
Your presence there is not a urgent situation.
How you been, Taco?
Code 2, lights only. Only using sirens when you need to clear intersections or get the attention of traffic. You're proceeding urgently to the call. These are going to be situations where you don't want people to know you're coming, or where, you know, maybe you're out on the freeway and having your siren on is doing you no good whatsoever. So let's say you're responding to a domestic violence call. You don't want the abuser or the person that's committing the violence to know that police are on the way, because they're going to do one of two things: flee or hurt the person worse. Use code 2. All right. So use your discretion.
Can I add something with the code 2?
Yeah, go ahead.
Whenever for code 2, and if you're looking at your slideshow, must clear intersections. That I cannot stress how important.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
You do not have your sirens. There is no early warning sign when you're headed into that intersection. I myself have had 2 situations on my own behalf where I did not properly clear intersections and got absolutely smoked by car coming.
Because you don't know how to drive.
Yep, I was just about to say that. And when you're code 2, clearing intersections means coming to a complete stop at a red light before proceeding.
I just want to throw something in here on this. With the way the vehicles are, you really do have to drive with due regard and clear your intersections, because all it's going to take is for one of them pesky
So another
locals
thing, Callum doesn't
to not
come to a
stop,
complete stop,
and you ain't going anywhere.
while
You
going
can sit
code
and wait
2.
for Sata.
Oh wait, he doesn't go
Right.
code 2 because he goes code 3 to everything.
Code 3 is full out emergency lights and sirens. You're getting there as fast as you can get there with due regard, safely. You're clearing your intersections, but not necessarily come to a complete stop. Make sure you make contact with the eyes of every driver before you proceed through, and that they've actually seen you. Again, due regard. When I say due regard, what does due regard mean? Well, basically, if you get into an accident as a first responder, whether or not you had the green light, whether or not you were within your right to do what you were doing, if you get in an accident, you're the one responsible for it.
It's
Okay.
always emergency's fault.
It's always emergency's fault. That's absolutely right. So due regard means that you're using all caution necessary for the situation at hand. All right. Make sure that you're
We're
not
not pretty
hurting
good,
somebody with your
you know.
response or hurting yourself.
Gone through
If you're
cadet
going to a
training
call where
and
somebody needs you, and you
today's
would get hurt,
more
guess
the
what? Now that person that
boring
needs you
part
isn't
of it,
getting help fast
but it's a
Now, I
necessity.
will say this, and I want you to listen very closely to it. When you're responding code, meaning lights and sirens, whether it's to code 2 or code 3, traffic laws do not apply to you. Due regard does apply to you. That being said, if one of your supervisors or myself or one of the command team see you doing a $120 through the city for any reason other than trying to stay with a pursuit, and only when that pursuit is logical to continue based on the situation, you will be in one of our offices explaining why you felt it necessary to do 120 miles an hour through city. Understood?
Understood.
100%.
Understood.
All right.
The only other exception is signal 13. She's about to tell you.
Even then, even if an officer is under fire, you need to be able to get there to help him. And if you're doing 120, you're probably putting yourself at significant risk of being the next signal 13.
Due regard is important.
Yes. All right. Code 4 is situation is under control or resolved. You're okay. You don't need help, whatever the case may be. So if dispatch calls out to you and they want to know what your status is and you're fine, you don't need any additional officers, you give them a code 4. You're wrapping up a traffic stop, you're letting the driver go, and you're going back out on patrol. Show me code 4 on that traffic stop, back available. Okay? That's what code 4 is. And then last but not least is code 6. Code 6 means that you're in the area of a call out, right? There's a difference between code 6 and on scene. On scene means that you've actually located the reason why you're there or the reporting party, the RP. Whereas code 6 means that you're just in the area of where you're supposed to be, right? Let's say you get a call that somebody's requesting an officer at Davis and Capitol. And you arrive at the intersection of Davis and Capitol, but you have not found the person that's trying to flag you down yet or that has called. You're in the area, you're code 6. And please don't say you're code 6 in the area, because that's basically you saying in the area, it's redundant. All right, signals. Signals, again, are going to be used when somebody overhearing you might react poorly to hearing what you're saying. Some of these we use very, very regularly. Some of these we use not hardly at all, but definitely get to know them. Signal 1 is danger or use caution. So, for example, let's say dispatch runs a license plate for you and they find that the registered owner, the RO of the vehicle, is a law enforcement hater. They'll give you, when you, as you're walking up to the vehicle, they'll advise you, want her to be advised, signal 1, right? They're letting me know that person's potentially dangerous. Signal 2, clear to copy, means victims or suspects are not present in your immediate area. We don't use this one hardly at all because we all have earpieces, so nobody can hear our radio traffic. Signal 3.
I was gonna say,
Adding on to that though, make sure
Go
you
ahead.
actually have the physical earpiece now, or else
Right.
you will be able to hear.
Right, exactly. Signal 3 indicates a suspended license or a license plate not being valid in date. So basically, if you're dealing with a driver and you run that information and dispatch comes back and tells you, be advised, signal 3, it means that person is either suspended or their plate is invalid. Signal 4, we use this all the time. It's stolen vehicle. If you have a reason to believe a vehicle is stolen or dispatches information that the vehicle is stolen, we're just, put it out as a signal 4 vehicle. Signal 5, person that you're dealing with has a warrant. Obviously, we say signal 5 as opposed to saying they have a warrant, so that we don't give them the information that, oh, we know you have a warrant, because they're going to run. Signal 6 is a homicide. The reason we use this is if let's say you're walking out of a house where a homicide occurred and the family members are all standing around wondering what happened to their loved one. The last thing you want to do is get on the radio and be like, be advised, dispatch, we got a homicide here. I'm going to need forensics and ME, right? You can say instead, be advised, dispatch, signal 6, send appropriate units. Signal 7 is bomb threat or bomb present at a location. Signal 8, we don't use very often. It's meet at a location. More often than not, you're going to hear an officer say RV, rendezvous. It's what that's short for, rendezvous at a certain location. RV with me at water treatment, for example. Signal 9 is disregard, last traffic. Again, we don't use that very often. Signal 12, also known as a 5150 if you're from the California area, is a mental health subject. Obviously, you don't want to tell a mental health subject that you believe that they're a mental health subject when you're in front of them. So you'll tell dispatch, be advised, signal 12, send medic and supervisor. And that way they can get checked for a mental health hold. Signal 13 is the one we never want to hear, but it is the most critical one if you do hear it. And that is an officer in need of immediate assistance or an officer down. A lot of our guys will say officer needs help, and that's fine. But signal 13 is the response for, or the signal for an all call is what we call it, when officer in distress or officer in trouble. And then signal 100, again, rarely used because we have TAC channels for that, but it's clear all radio traffic. If you hear signal 100 being put across the radio, unless your information is life-threatening, don't say a word on the radio. Any questions on any of that?
No.
Regards to signal 13, I do want to reiterate, if you're the one that's calling over the signal 13, remember, you don't have to be already wounded or like shot or anything like that for that to happen. If there is a situation where you're taking fire and you're behind cover, Signal 13 is still ordered. Anytime you feel like your or a partner or somebody else's life is in danger due to weapons fire or something like that, Signal 13 is perfectly to your location as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Just adding on to this, be smart. Like if somebody tries to kidnap you and you hit your panic button, they're gonna know and you're gonna get shot. These things are not quiet. I'm gonna hit mine right now and everybody's gonna hear me.
Oh yeah, them things are loud.
So like,
Asshole.
there's really no being sneaky about it. Don't be that guy that gets yourself killed.
Now, if you feel like you're
Yeah, I wasn't. All I heard was, I'm gonna hit it now, and then
in the sense of like maybe trying to kidnap you or something like that, you might be able to, use your panic before they get to you, which might be a little more discreet. But like you said, if you feel like they're already close or they can hear that panic button, they're gonna escalate and it's not gonna be fun for you. So,
Yeah. For whatever reason, our panic buttons don't work anything like they work in real life, because in real life, if you press your panic button, nobody next to you would know it. So, don't know why they're like that, but they are. Also, remember, Signal 13 doesn't necessarily mean you have to be being shot at either. Like, let's say you have a large crowd of people approaching and they look hostile. Signal 13 is 100% appropriate in that situation. You need help. You need it now. That's what Signal 13 means. Now, when it comes to all call or Signal 13, you may only leave an active scene that you're on to join an all call if the following criteria are met. The incident that you're on has no injured parties and nobody will be injured by leaving. There's not an active investigation happening into a felony crime. And the incident does not have felony charges being investigated, right? So if none of those things are present, you're good to go. If one of those situations are present in your current scene, you are not good to go. All right? Panic is the highest priority. Traffic stops, pursuits, etc. must be terminated, and the responding officers must respond to that distress call. Under no circumstance do you disregard a panic unless the aforementioned criteria are met. Additionally, we do not take the officer's word for it who called the panic in the first place. So if a panic alarm goes off and then that officer immediately comes across the radio and they say, oh, disregard that, that's not a clear. You are still responding to that situation. Only once another officer of equal or higher rank has arrived on that situation and verified that it is a mistaken panic or that the situation is code 4, then and only then can you stop your response. Why do you think that is?
Because they may be forced to say that.
Right? They might be under duress. They might be being held at gunpoint and told to tell every other officer that they don't need to come to it. That's why we verify before we assume. All right. Last but not least, if you're in an NBA, unless you're seriously, seriously hurt and life-threatening injury is upon you, don't use the Signal 13. Just radio out that you've been involved in an NBA. All right.
Also, for the love of God, if you get dehydrated, don't use the Signal 13.
Right. Yeah. If you forget to eat or drink,
Oh,
and
for
you
God's
pass
sakes,
out,
yeah.
that's not a priority call. Clear on that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, real quick, we're going to just kind of talk about a couple of scenarios. But before we do that, does anybody need a very quick break? I've got 3 o'clock on my watch. Does anybody need a break?
No, I'm
You
good.
have 3 o'clock on your watch?
Yep. No, 3:08. Sorry.
Okay, I'm like,
Well,
That's a hell
okay.
of a caliber.
Right? Yeah. It is
5:08 my time, but yeah.
Yep. All right. Give me just a second. I got to pull up something that I'm going to show you guys here. We're going to talk about it a little bit.
it's not gonna work.
TV works.
Oh, okay.
Here.
You can talk amongst each other for just a second while I pull this
Why
up.
do I stand here?
Yeah. I walked in, you just standing in the middle of the aisles.
So that I can hear everybody, for one.
Are we
You can hear
getting?
me if I'm talking shit
Because
now.
I feel like it. Do you have a problem with that, Boo?
Are we
Yeah,
getting
makes
to close
sense.
the
I actually do.
the
Well,
slideshow?
that sounds like an issue.
Yep. No. Now you know about it.
Yes, you should be able to get close the slideshow. It could just be chewing on it. You never know.
He's not smoking it. He's just got it in there for moral support.
More like oral support. Tell me why I thought you were just gonna stop before some cancer.
He did
Jesus.
hesitate.
Yeah, you got something to tell us, Parker?
He's thinking about oral.
Castillo Jr.
Believe this one works.
Actually, I can't make that joke anymore. After what happened, I can't. Yeah, I can't make that joke after what happened.
You know, I'm afraid to even know.
Oh God, not this. This one. God damn it! I thought we were past this part.
He loves watching this video.
Okay, perfect. Let me reset that up. Okay, so we talked a little bit about communication and what we use, which is called Ask, Tell, Make. Okay, Ask, Tell, Make is a policy that we have in the department, and a lot of agencies
Is it still
across the
showing
country
that?
abide by
All
and
right.
train, and that is basically the way that we enforce our law.
It's just gonna say that one because I'm not
When we
fucking with
start
it.
out with a person, when we give them the ability to believe that they are in control of the situation, even if they
I
don't
thought
have
it
a
would've
lawful
changed,
ability
but
to
okay.
deny what we're telling them to do, the way that human species works is we like to have that feeling of control. And so, as an officer, if I ask somebody to do something in the form of a request or a question, more like, they're more likely to carry it
It may
out.
not have
So,
changed.
for example, let's say I want to take somebody out of the vehicle. Okay, sir, I'd like to have you step out of the vehicle for me, if you would, please, so that we can have a conversation behind the car. All right? That seems very polite and professional, right? I'm basically saying, hey, can you please step out for me? I'd like to have a conversation with you. It doesn't come across as an order, does it?
Nope.
So it gives
Yeah.
a person a feeling of more autonomy. They feel like they're more in control of the situation. that
I could
they're
probably go in
in.
and change it, but hold on a
More
second.
often than not, that gives them more compliance to the situation.
Eh,
Now,
nah.
what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to continue to ask them to step out of the vehicle. If I ask them once and they refuse, I'm not going to keep on asking them, okay? I'm going to move to the tell. So I'm going to ask them once nicely and professionally. And then if they don't do it, I'm going to tell them. And I'm going to enforce that tell with a lawful statement, okay? So I ask the person to step out. They tell me no. Sir, you need to step out of the vehicle. It's a lawful order to do so. If you do not step out of the vehicle, I will have to help you out of the vehicle with force. That's the tell, okay? So now they've been asked once, they refused. They've been told once, and if they still don't do it, are we going to sit there and continue to tell them over and over and over the same thing we've just told them?
Nope.
No.
No.
Why? Because you're basically handing them the authority in the situation. You might as well take your badge off and put it on their chest, because now they're in charge. Okay? So we ask once, we tell once, and if they still say no, they're not going to get out of the vehicle, or whatever it is you want them to do, then you're going to make them by using force. All right? Sir, I told you to step out of the vehicle. Now I'm going to assist you out. Now you're going to walk up, you're going to grab a hold of their arm, and you're going to start pulling them out of the vehicle. Or pull them through the vent window by their nostrils if you have to. Whatever you got to do to get them out of that vehicle, you're going to enforce your order. Jeez, violent much?
I'm sorry.
So
No, she's not.
I'm going to show you a video, and this is going to reinforce the importance of Ask, Tell, Make. Now, I want to preface this by telling you that this is a Colorado State Trooper.
There we
I have a
go.
ton of respect for Colorado State Troopers. They're very, very good officers. And I'm sure this trooper himself is a very good officer. He just
That should fix
had
it.
a lapse in judgment, in my opinion. Or, more likely, he's afraid of the woke crowd coming after him and going to court. Whatever it is, he
Your
does not do as
acceptance
tell
has
me.
been rescinded.
And it results in a very, very poor result. And we're going to watch this video. It's not graphic or anything like that. I'm not going to let it get to the graphic part. I'll explain what happened when I stop it. But I want you guys to watch, and then we're going to discuss it for just a second afterwards.
Like close attention.
Sound comes on in a second. Body cam just got activated.
Okay. I'm trying to get back up to Blackhawk, but it's all messed up. I don't know.
Okay. What's all messed up?
The roads are all under construction and whatnot, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
How'd you get on this side of the road?
Oh, well, I actually just flipped around right here. I'm pretty sure you saw me.
Yeah. I'm just saying, when did you get on this?
I literally just flipped around right here.
You flipped around?
Yeah, like, I thought I could just come back this way, but apparently not, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Okay, you got your driver's license on you?
Yeah, I can.
Never one of those things.
Actually...
I'm sorry, I had a wrong way driver. It's going to be the I-70 westbound exit to C-470 eastbound. I'll get you a plate here in just a second.
Yeah. How's that going?
Someone's available, but I think we're okay right now. You got your driver's license?
Yeah. Let's see. Can you give my name?
Yeah.
Because I don't have my license actually on me.
You have an ID on you?
I don't have an ID on me.
Okay.
Just gonna turn around real quick, sir.
What's that?
Can I turn around real quick?
No, just hang tight.
Let's go to the road right here, don't you think?
Yep, I got this lane here. Just stay here. Hold on.
Wait up.
Don't get back in the car. Don't get back in the car.
Hey, get up.
Don't get back in the car.
Wait up, bro.
Don't get back in the car. No, you're not flipping it around. Step out of the car. You're not flipping around. Get out of the car.
Hang on, man.
Yeah, send me cover.
Quit freaking out, man.
No, don't get back in the car. Come over here. Come over here.
Where do you want me to go? Sorry.
I want you to go right here.
Okay. I think I'll stay with these cars coming this way, yeah?
Have a seat on that for me. Have a seat on that for me.
Can I get a cigarette, please?
You can have a cigarette. Have a seat on that.
All right.
Okay. You got anything in your pockets?
No.
Okay, let me check. Don't dig in your pockets for me. Don't dig in your pockets, man.
I just
Come
have a
on,
cell
man.
phone,
Stop.
That's all I have.
Here you go. Put your hands behind your
Bro,
back.
I don't have a cell phone.
Put your hands behind your back for
Dude,
me.
I don't have a cell phone.
I don't care. Put your hands behind your back. I'm just detaining you right now.
I'm
okay?
not.
I'm detaining you right now. Don't fight with me. Sir. Don't fight with me.
Can I get a cigarette, please, sir?
No.
No,
We're
I need a
past that.
cigarette.
You're
No.
not listening,
Dude,
bro.
I need a cigarette.
Stop. Don't fight
Dude,
me.
I need a cigarette.
Don't fight me.
Don't bring this on, dude.
Don't fight me,
Dude,
man.
please don't stop.
Stop.
Dude,
Stop. No.
Stop.
Stop.
Stop, dude.
Stop. Stop.
Stop, dude. I need a cigarette, bro.
No, dude, stop.
I need a cigarette.
Give me,
Calm
no.
down.
No.
Calm down, dude.
No.
Dude, I
We're
need a
past
cigarette.
that. We're
Dude,
past
stop.
that. We're past
Stop.
that. Just I'm not putting you in arrest. I'm just detaining you
dude.
right now. Stop.
I need a cigarette bad, dude.
No. Stop.
Listen, we're gonna make a vaporizer, bro. Stop.
No.
Stop.
No.
Please.
Stop.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Stop reaching in your fucking pockets. That's what I want you to stop doing.
My fucking cell phone, dude. Here.
Okay.
That's what I have.
Okay. Don't reach in your pockets. Quit. Stop.
So,
I want you to
EG,
stop. I want to put you in handcuffs.
have you seen the new update for
I
OBS?
can't trust you right now, man.
Come on, bro.
Stop. What are you doing in your car? Stop. You're gonna get tased.
Dude, stop.
You're gonna get tased.
Dude, stop. I want a cigarette, bro.
Want to tase a point? Get out of the car. 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 Quit digging in your pockets, dude. Stop. You're gonna get tased.
Stop, dude.
Stop. 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 Taser, taser. Taser deployed. Get out of the car. 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 Now you're gonna get tased again. Stop. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
He just took off. He's rammed the sign. It's a red Volvo. He just went down the ramp.
Whoop.
Oh.
All right. Yeah, so I'm not going to show you that part of it. You can go watch it on your own if you want. On YouTube, it's Police Activity. They have it on there. Guy got hit as he was trying to run across the interstate by a vehicle going 75 miles an hour, and needless to say, he did not survive that. Now, let's talk about what we saw that occurred with the trooper. Anybody want to take a wild guess how many times the trooper said stop?
Way
Too
more
fucking
than he
many.
should have.
At least 7.
Yeah, way more than 7. He said it a total of 31 times in that situation. He also said that he was going to utilize his taser 9 times before he actually utilized it. He told the guy to get out of the car 11 times.
Well, I updated yesterday, so
Is this
by
effective?
at least yesterday.
No.
It's not, right? This guy was obviously non-compliant. He obviously was intoxicated. He obviously needed to be apprehended.
That's when I
detained
noticed
for his
it.
own safety as well as the trooper's safety. Now, again, I'm not talking bad about the trooper, right? We don't know what he was thinking. We're not going to Monday morning quarterback this one. But what I will say is that not affecting your order with appropriate force and making somebody comply can result in very bad things happening. Does this guy deserve to get hit by a car? Well, that's
Nah, not really.
I don't
but-
think anybody deserves to get hit by a car for the most part, unless they're just a very, 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 very horrible criminal. This guy was having a bad night. He probably drank too much, but he probably has family and loved ones that care very much about him. Had that happened, if that trooper was willing to affect more force and not worry about trying to be more PC and more, de-escalating in this situation. Probably
Guy
not,
probably would
right?
have survived.
The guy probably would have gone to jail, lived another day, and, things would have ended a lot differently. Who knows why he made the decisions he did? Ultimately, that's on him, right? The officer's not to be held responsible for somebody's bad decision making. However, as officers, we can make a difference by making sure that when we effect an order or we want somebody to do something, we make that happen. We're not going to sit there and argue over and over and over with somebody. It's not how we operate.
Okay.
If we have a reason to be telling somebody to do something, they're going to do it. Hell or high water. I don't care if we have to bring the entire
Well,
ship
just to let you know,
somebody's
there's
ass,
going to be
get done.
a
Okay?
fairly good update, actually, in my
Don't be afraid
book.
to use appropriate force and make sure that when you're telling somebody to do something, that it gets done. Don't argue with them. We're not there to debate it. The side of the road is not court. Okay? If you have somebody who wants to discuss whether or not they were speeding and whether or not you're right or wrong, I don't care. It's not the place or the time. I'm here not to have a conversation with you. I'm here to inform you why you're being stopped. I'm here to write you a citation or not, and I'm here to make you aware that you are either able to go to court or pay it. Okay? If it's a criminal situation, I'm here to effect an arrest based on probable cause. and get information I need to make sure that's happening. Okay? So Ask Tell Make is critical. Everybody understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Anybody have any comments on the video?
No.
No.
Other than
Barbecue, though, wasn't it?
other than the fact that he should have tased after saying like I'm gonna tase you, he should have just went and did it.
It should have been
Well,
way before that.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, the moment that the guy started trying to get off of that junction box that he had him sitting on, and trying to get back to his vehicle, I mean, let's think about this critically. What could have been in the vehicle?
Could have been a gun,
A gun, absolutely.
knife.
We talked about the vehicle itself being a weapon. I mean, he almost did hit one of the troopers. He did take out the junction box. But yeah, the moment the guy started getting off the junction box and not obeying commands when the officer told him to put his hands behind his back, he was going to put him in handcuffs. Absolutely, force should have been utilized. And whatever force is necessary. Throw him on the ground. Tase him. You know, whatever it takes. Get him in control. None of that would have happened if that would have been the case. Like I said, I'm not here to rag on that trooper. I don't know him. I don't know what he was doing. I just know that that could have gone a very different way. And, you know, whatever the reason for that is, let's not let that happen to us. All right. Couple quick scenarios. I want to see what you guys learned. And we'll get you guys your weapons issues. Or your gear issues. So, we talked a little bit about some of the 7 exceptions. And we talked about probable cause and reasonable suspicion. I want to know if you guys learned what we were talking about. So, scenario number 1. I arrive on a scene of a altercation. When I arrive, there's a man arguing with another man verbally. They're standing face to face in each other's faces. One man has a laceration on his cheek and he's bleeding actively. What do I have as far as the ability to make an arrest?
Reasonable suspicion.
Incorrect.
Oh, actually, sorry. It would have been probable cause because he's already bleeding, so more likely somebody has, one of the two people have, like, cut him.
Yeah, so right now, both of you are in a way right. I do have probable cause to believe that an assault has occurred, but do I have enough to go ahead and effect an arrest yet? Probably not.
No.
Because I don't know how that occurred yet, right? I can assume, but assuming makes an ass out of you and me. So I have probable cause. I absolutely can detain both of them and use handcuffs, but I need to start an investigation as to how that man ended up bleeding, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So the point of that is, just because you have probable cause does not necessarily give you enough for an actual arrest. It will certainly lead me down that path to believing that the other individual who's not bleeding did strike him and assaulted him. But for all I know at this point, the guy could have ran into a wall. He could have tripped and fell.
Yeah.
Who knows, right? So I need to do
Or
more
cut
investigation.
himself.
Now, here's the next question in referral to that. I might not have enough for an arrest for assault, right? But what do I have enough to arrest for?
I honestly don't know.
I know it, I
Did
just
you say
can't
they
think
were
of
in the
it.
road?
Nope, they're just on the sidewalk or parking lot. It doesn't really matter, but they're not in a roadway. But they're in public.
Public endangerment, maybe?
Not public endangerment.
Disturbing the peace?
Disturbing the peace. There you
Oh,
go.
that makes sense, yeah.
Yep. Are you allowed to sit there and have a verbal altercation with another person in public?
No.
Very true.
No, it's disturbing the peace. So I do have enough to arrest for disturbing the peace. Now, the point of that is that just because you don't have enough to make an arrest on one crime doesn't mean that different crimes are actually occurring. It's the big picture. Take in the totality of the situation. Obviously, the thing you're going to notice first is that guy's bleeding. He probably got punched, right? That goes to the forethought of the mind. That's part of that situation analysis that we talked about, right? But just because that's not the only thing, or that's because what your mind fixes on first, that doesn't mean it's not the only thing, okay? So you do have enough to make an arrest for disturbing the peace, and you could arrest them both. Would I? Probably not. But are you legally allowed to do so? Absolutely. My bigger concern is if an assault did occur. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to detain both of them and then use my discretion in that situation, investigate, find out how he ended up bleeding, and if assault did happen. And if an assault did happen, assault is a much more violent and much more larger crime than disturbing the peace, isn't it?
Yes.
So I'm probably not too worried about disturbing the peace. So but the point is, you had probable cause based on what you saw. There's evidence of it. Okay? You need to photograph that evidence of it when you make your case. But just because you have probable cause doesn't mean you can immediately make an arrest for the thing that you think you have probable cause for. You might need to do some more investigation in it. So, critically think. That's our job as a police officer. Be critical thinkers. Think about all aspects of the thing, and then decide what we're going to do based on it. All right, next scenario. I respond to an assist call from another trooper. En route to that call, as I'm about a block away, the trooper radios out that one of the subjects took off out of the vehicle, and he is running northbound from the situation. As I'm coming southbound, I see a description of I get the description of the person, and I see that individual's by that description running. What can I do?
You can go after that person.
Yep. Because I have what?
Probable cause.
Probable cause. Yep, I have probable cause because the person matches the description the officer gave, and the person ran from the officer despite the officer telling them not to or indicating to them that they were not allowed to leave. That's probable cause for evasion, right? Flee and elude. Now, that person, when I jump out of my vehicle and I start chasing them on foot, they run into a house in the neighborhood. Can I go in that house?
Yeah.
Yes.
What 7 exception gives me the ability to go in that house?
Hot pursuit.
Hot pursuit.
Yeah,
Very
hot
good.
pursuit, yeah.
Okay. I'm in that house. I am apprehending that person. I've got him on the ground. I'm putting him in handcuffs. While I'm in that house, I see that there is a key of cocaine sitting on the counter. Can I make an arrest for the individual inside the house if there is one for that cocaine?
No, you cannot.
No.
If it's their house, yes, because it's plain view.
Well, yeah, if
Okay.
it's their house, but
It's not
you,
the person who I'm arresting. It's not their house. They ran into some stranger's
Then
home.
no.
Can I
You
make an
can't,
arrest?
You know, not based on that cocaine.
I cannot. That's correct. Why not?
because you don't know whether it was theirs or the homeowners.
No. Not the right.
No reasonable or no probable cause.
Okay, no probable cause. I can see it in plain sight, but why can't I make an arrest based on plain sight?
It's out of the scope of the current investigation.
Absolutely. Perfect answer. It is out of the scope of the reason why I'm in the house in the first place. I'm not in that house because I was called to that house. I'm not in the house because the occupants of the house. I'm not in the house for any reason other than the subject who's completely uninvolved with that house ran into that house, and I had hot pursuit with my ability to get in there. But just because I'm in there, anything in that house is not within my scope. It's not within the scope of the reason why I'm in that house. So therefore, if I was to make an arrest based on being able to see that key of cocaine, I am in trouble. I just committed a false arrest based on fruit of the poisonous tree, and I will be hung out to dry in court for it. That does not prevent me from going and informing a detective that while I was in a house, I saw a key of cocaine, does it?
No.
So what does the detective, having that information, have the ability to go do?
Pull a warrant for that house.
Yep,
No.
for a warrant.
Can't get a warrant. That's on fruit of the poisonous tree, but what can they do? Critical thinking.
Check the cocaine for fingerprints.
Nope. Can't touch the cocaine. Can't go into the house. Can't
They
get a
can
warrant.
perform a prolonged investigation.
There you go. They can set up an investigation, see if they can see excessive amounts of traffic coming into that house, see if they can find the owner of the house in possession through plain view. They can, pull the person over for investigative stop, see if they find anything in their vehicle through plain view or through consent. There's a lot of things a detective can do to establish their own independent probable cause. That's the key there. They have to establish their own independent probable cause, separate completely from the fact that I observed cocaine when I was in that house making that arrest. Make sense?
Yes.
And then when they go to court, and the lawyer asks them, well, why did you make the arrest on my subject or, on my client for having cocaine? They're not going to have to tell that lawyer, oh, because another officer observed cocaine in that house when they were making an independent arrest. They will say, well, in the midst of our investigation, we determined that this probable cause existed, and then that is their reasoning for the arrest, right? There's nothing that prevents us from talking to another officer about what we saw. It's not illegal. We're not doing anything like trying to get a warrant or arrest somebody on it. Just having a conversation with another officer about what I saw. All right. We kind of talked about this one a little bit, but it's one I like to use a lot. I am in hot pursuit of a subject on foot. That person jumps over a 6-foot privacy fence into a backyard. As I'm in that backyard, I observe a meth lab. I arrest my subject. I put him in my vehicle. Do I have the right to go knock on the door and arrest the registrant or the owner of the house?
Nope.
Or anybody inside of it? Why not?
Because that meth had nothing to do with what you were just dealing with.
Okay. Also, additionally, what else?
The one I can't think of what it is off the top of my head. One of the 7.
I think you're thinking of plain view, but did I have plain view?
Well, you had plain view, but
You had plain view.
Did he have plain view
Not
until he jumped
necessarily.
out?
I have
He
plain
had to
view?
jump a privacy.
No, jump over the wall.
Right. Remember what the requirement for plain view is, and that's not taking any extraneous measures, right?
Right.
So if I have to hoist myself up to see over that fence to see that meth lab, that's not plain view, is it?
Correct.
no.
Now,
Okay,
what did
so
we
if I-
talk about earlier that would be covered under plain view and would warrant us being able to do that?
Only if you're going over with a helicopter.
So if we had a suspect that we were chasing on foot and we had airborne support, what would we then?
Yeah. In this state, we would have plain view because the helicopter saw it in plain view, right? But remember what I said when we talked about that with Lieutenant Thiessen, that in some states, and this is why it's important to know your laws, an aircraft unit cannot be considered to have plain view even if they can see into the backyards, if from the ground you cannot see into that backyard.
For the sakes of this training for our state, just remember that.
Yep, exactly. All right, now let's change up that same scenario a little bit. Now let's say I'm chasing that same suspect and they jump over a chain link fence.
Yeah,
As I
I'm gonna
jump over
turn
that
on my
chain link
body
fence
cam
and
real
make
quick.
the arrest, I can see the meth lab.
I'm
Can I
gonna
make
turn
the
on my
arrest of
light,
Anybody inside the house?
and when I do, it flickers.
No.
So I'm gonna turn off
Why
my
not?
webcam real quick.
It still had nothing to do with the hot pursuit.
If it'll let
Okay,
me.
but
Hold on, guys.
you're right, it didn't have anything to do with the hot pursuit. But what 7 exception
My
do I have
thing.
with a chain link fence?
I believe it's the border one, but I can't remember.
Just talk
Nope.
about it.
There's no reasonable expectation of privacy with the chain link.
So there you go. Just like the lieutenant said, there's no expectation of privacy with a chain link fence. With a chain link fence, anybody walking by on the sidewalk or street
I'll return
see
the
what's in that
webcam
backyard.
once my
because
light
there's no reasonable
fixes
expectation
itself.
of privacy.
and
That's
stops
plain view all day
blinking.
long every day. Even if the only reason I saw it is because I was chasing that suspect, it's still in plain view without extreme taking extraneous measures to see it. Therefore, I can make that arrest. Right? Get a warrant, whatever. All right, let's change up it a little bit more. Same subject. That is a privacy fence. They jump over it. However, this time, that backyard with that privacy fence backs up to a large hill with a sidewalk that people can walk on or a walkway on the top of that hill. Can I make the arrest?
Not that I'm aware of.
You can, and why can't you?
Because at that point you'd still be able to have plain view.
Right. Is there an expectation of privacy if you can literally see into the yard without taking extraneous measures if you're up on the hill?
No.
No.
Right. There's no expectation of privacy. That's the key to it. Now, one of the ones that I like to tell people about, and this happened when I was, before I went to Academy way back when, I did some time riding along. And one of the ones we responded to was this lady who was a young lady. I think she was 21. She was calling because she was very upset because her neighbor was, quote, being a peeping Tom and, being a voyeur. We arrive and she proceeds to tell us while wearing her bikini that while she was in the backyard sunbathing nude, she saw her neighbor next door in his second-story window of his bathroom looking down at her, and she was very upset about that. Did we have any right to go over and tell the neighbor he was doing anything wrong?
No.
No, why not? She had a privacy fence around the yard. All right, there was privacy fence all the way around. So the backyard from the ground was protected. But what did the neighbor do wrong? He didn't do anything wrong. He's standing in his bathroom. She has no expectation of privacy when there's literally a 2-story house next door with a window that faces the backyard. Right? Neighbor didn't do anything extraneous to be able to see. He went in his bathroom. She knew full well that there was a house next door that could see into that backyard. She chose to be out there in her birthday suit. That's on her. She was very unhappy when the officer that I was with told her that. But regardless, the neighbor didn't break any laws. We couldn't go talk to him. There was no law being broken. You can't go tell the neighbor, hey, you can't look through your bathroom window. Sorry. Your neighbor doesn't like it because she wants to be in the nude in her backyard. Doesn't work that way. So expectation of privacy is a big thing. There has to be a reasonable expectation of privacy. And and somebody in my chat just made the point that technically she could have been arrested for indecency, even though she's on her own private property. Again, no expectation.
I agree.
I wouldn't do it. And I certainly don't think any other officer would, because that would not be a winning court case, I don't think, because she's on private property at the end of the day. And as long as, she's not in public spaces doing that, that's no real indecency. But technically, she could have been.
Yeah, remember
All
the
right.
key term there for indecency, public indecency.
Yep. All right. Any questions about any of that?
Nope.
Or anything we've gone over today? And I will tell you, if you're not feeling like you have a good grasp of the information or whatever, go through your handbook, read it, do your homework, because I promise you, when you get out on the street after day 2 tomorrow, if you pass, your FTOs will expect you to know this, right? They're there to train you, but they're not there to teach you day 1 of Academy. They expect you to know it. So make sure you do know it. All right. If we don't have any other questions, if I could have the FTOs in the room, go ahead and take them to the armory, get them all equipped. And then once they're all equipped, we will take them to motor pool and get them.
You guys got to go back down to RH.
Yeah, any of the SASP guys, we're gonna have to go down to RHPD.
Yeah, the lieutenant will take you down to RHPD to get you your vehicle.
You can follow whoever's leading the path to the armory here to get your loading.
Yep. So after you get your equipment from the armory, and please
Barletti,
go one at a
I
time.
volunteer you.
Nope, I volunteered Barletti. He needs to get his FTO cert.
There you go. Yep. So once you get your equipment from the armory, go to your appropriate motor pool. If you're a state, go
You're
with
just
Lieutenant
lazy.
Thiessen. He will teleport you down to the
Who's
RHPD
lazy?
motor pool. You,
So
ma'am,
can
you
I
can
go
stay here
north?
with your undersheriff. Somebody can.
No, I'm gonna drive them down.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care if you drive, fly, take a bus. I don't care what you do. Just get them down there.
Can I
All
fly
right.
kite though?
With that, classroom is dismissed. Go ahead and go to the armory and get yourself geared up.
Follow Trooper Barletti. He's at the back.
Yeah, tomorrow at the same time.
Go that
Oh.
way.
Alright, give me a second, cause my ears just decided they don't want to fucking.
Oh, no problem.
Alright, let's see if mine. Of course not. Alright. Oh, Jesus. How you doing, Laura?
For about a minute and a half.
Yep.
Alright, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
What you're gonna do? You're gonna come over here to this armory. And you're gonna grab everything that I need out to you. So do one at a time. I don't know.
Do we have to have the actual job first?
Can you not see it?
Oh, you don't have to. Okay.
Alright, so
Okay.
first off, you're gonna grab a flashlight.
I'm gonna wait until he gets out of the way,
Grab them,
cause
put them in the cart and buy them at once. That's how.
Okay. So flashlight.
It'll be a flashlight, a nightstick, a taser.
Taser.
You got all that?
Yeah.
No long rifles or shotguns.
It's just a pistol, right?
Yeah, pistol, taser, all the normal actual patrol duty stuff.
Alright, so what do you got so far?
Taser, flashlight, nightstick.
Alright, and then for the taser, you're gonna look for 2 cartridges. It's a taser cartridge.
All right.
Alright, and then you're gonna grab a pair.
we're doing good. We're doing good, you know.
You can have more than one. I recommend only having 2. You don't really need that many. A lot of people carry that much.
Okay.
And then they don't, for the new cuffs, they don't need like a key or anything. Right?
Sorry about that. I'm back.
No. One of their users is gonna give them keys. But right now, those cuffs are kind of broken because you cannot use them to search people. So you gotta use your third eye muscle.
Alright, so then you're also gonna grab one set of body armor,
All right.
a police radio.
I already have a radio on me, so I don't need to get a radio.
You're also gonna grab a
What do you
body
mean a
cam.
radio? You have the police issued radio?
Yep.
I have a snoring radio from SEDOT.
Oh.
And for those that are actually in the army, go ahead and make sure you tell me what you got so far, so make sure you haven't missed anything.
I just
So-
came back. I was in my head. I'm sorry.
So you should have a flashlight, a nightstick, a taser, 2 taser cartridges, 1 to 2 cuffs, a pair or a set of body armor, and a body cam. Do you have that already?
I
Yes.
do now.
Make sure you have all that. Then you're gonna grab either the SIG pistol or the Glock 17. It is up to you which one you choose. Either one will work. And you're going to grab 6 pistol magazines, and you can load one. You should only really carry up to 5 on you at a time.
All right.
And once y'all have all that, go ahead and step aside, and we'll get the last get that out of the way.
Great.
So, like I said, you're going to grab a flashlight, a nightstick, a taser, 2 taser cartridges, 2 sets of cuffs, a body cam, 1 set of body armor, and 6 magazines, as well as you can choose either the SIG or the Glock 17.
That's one thing I forgot. is
And the
body
body,
cam.
and also the radio at the bottom. Right, the shotgun or the rifle or anything, we're not going to do that right now. Y'all can also grab bandages, but that is something you can carry on you, but you don't have to. And as far as your weapons go, if you look over here, there are attachments, and they are categorized. So for the Glock 17 and the SIG, you can put new barrels, new slides, new frame, as well as extended magazines. Which don't worry about any of that right now. Just you can personalize it a little bit. It's a little bit of a benefit we've got here.
Okay.
I believe everything in there is available to you guys. There are SWAT ones, but those should be some. Everybody got everything?
Yep.
All good with your weapon attachments and everything like that?
Yeah, I'll worry about it after.
I will say I recommend that you guys pull out the gun whenever you do attachments. We're grabbing all their vehicle stuff right now as well.
They have to go to RHPD to get their vehicles because this is BC,
Uh,
so has a different dealership than us.
Alright, so I'll go ahead and wait on all the vehicle stuff. It's also going to be here in the armory, so I'll go grab that
Okay.
at the other station.
I'll just worry about my extras later for my gun.
Alright. Go ahead and head out of here. Go ahead and go back to the classroom.
We'll get it figured out. But regardless, if something's police equipment, police issued, obviously, if somebody who's a civilian has it, that's a crime.
Alright.
Before they
SFP
go,
cadets with me.
hang on, T. Before they go, if y'all check the emergency general, Callum was talking about clearing intersections. That's what happens when you don't clear an intersection. If he would have cleared that intersection a little further back, he wouldn't have gotten hit. Sorry, I had to.
All right, SASP cadets, let's go.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a bad accident. I was stunned when I saw that. I was like, "What the hell?"
Can we say airborne?
All right, Megan.
Well, also, the intro now shows what happens when you don't clear a train, crossing.
Station. Yeah, train.
Oh yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the arms,
The
arms
were
should
up.
come
You
down.
still need to clear.
Yeah, but the arms should come down if there's a train.
I just want to know how you miss a gigantic ass freight train coming at you.
Well,
And
that's
here
kinda
the
part of
whistle
it.
is.
That's your new major.
Good to know. I will get on him about that.
All right,
That's
Megan,
what we call tunnel vision.
you're gonna go here. You're gonna get the CVPI. Make sure it's light barred.
That's only for the, BCSO.
But let's be fair, that was also for theatrical
Are you doing the
purposes.
CVPI?
Mhm.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right,
For academy purposes, it's CVPI. But when they get out onto where they're driving, they can take the FPIU or the CVPI.
All right. So once they get their vehicles issued, let them know that they're free to drive around and get the hang of them a little bit, get the handling down. I'm gonna go over to the training course for tomorrow and make sure everything's good.
That's right. It's
Right
right there.
here.
Megan,
Yes, sir.
it's right here.
Does Megan not have a
Against the wall.
job?
Oh,
Megan, right here. Right here.
my bad.
See the Crown Vic. The Crown Vic.
Got it.
That's fine.
Oh, there it is.
Should be here, and then we're going to.
Oh, you better
There
move
it is.
before the other
track
cadet
once
pulls
it's
out
time.
now.
No, there's only one cadet.
Oh.
They can't. SAS can't get their stuff up here. SAS has to go to RHB. All right. Now, before you put it away, there's a couple things we're gonna go over with it.
Okay.
This thing actually has majority of what the fuck we need.
All right. So you're gonna go to your vehicle extras.
Through my F1.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna
I
make
think
sure.
this actually has. Oh, he has to do the. They have to do the extra two.
I know. So do extra 2. It turns off your alley lights. Okay.
There we go.
Extra 3. You have extra 3 and 4. Give me a second.
Shut on your lights.
Yeah, turn your lights on. Okay. Alright. You need to take extra 10 off. And then add extra 12. Alright. Now, as soon as the Camaro or Mustang move, go park it and pull it back out.
Okay.
You were pointing.
Yeah, no, I know how to fix that.
Alright, hit your lights again. It didn't stick. We're gonna have to do it tomorrow. Or once we get into the main one. Alright, you can drive around with it, get the feel for it, because that's what we're gonna be using tomorrow.
Alrighty.
Just keep in mind, wherever you fall asleep, here's where you fall or you wake up.
Got
When are
you.
they gonna wake up or tomorrow? Or treaty? Ready? Yeah.
No, we're gonna we'll discuss that, but like
Gotcha.
wherever if you go on patrol tonight, Parker, wherever you leave from here is where you will wake up when you go to patrol.
Yep.
So that's what I was saying though.
Yeah, I'll probably be back at my state-out yard because I'm probably gonna go on duty. I don't know yet.
Have you seen Emergency General?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Morgan.
Alright, so we're allowed to drive around and stuff.
Yep, I'm getting used to it.
My neighbor's fucked up asleep, okay?
I can't drive for some reason.
Flex your X muscle.
I tried that.
Open your map.
Open your map.
Oh, I'm broken. I can't.
Hold Yellard.
What's your lucky number?
Crap. I don't.
It's not hard. It literally tells you your name, your number, and what job you're on.
I don't have that up in my eyes.
That seems like a skill issue.
Just
Some of
think
us-
about ID. It tells you what's different.
24. There we
Now
go.
You should be able to drive.
Yay, thank you.
Parker, stay here for a moment.
Silly escape issues.
Your back window is broken and I hit you in the arm.
Oh, it's not for me.
Yeah, it's busted for me and Parker.
Yeah.
Ah, jeez.
How the hell did you get back here?
I came around the. I just made a big loop. Ow. That and I have keys because I'm SADOT, so I can get in the gates.
Can I get a revive too? 11.
I gotta figure out where my Mustang went because I initially started driving my Mustang up here.
Gone. Reduced to ashes.
Yeah, but it is. Dominator.
Adios.
I'm guessing everybody went down to the state police. What'd you up to, Laura? What's up, Alba? You're the nerd. I ain't no nerd. How you been? You can't see drive today, Jesus. Or lagging. Jesus Christ, lag. Guessing everybody's upstairs. I have no idea. Uh. Uh. I have no idea where everybody's at.
Oh, I wasn't aware of anything like that, but we'll check and see if it's safe.
Not sure where I'm actually supposed to be, so.
What's that?
Said not sure where I'm actually supposed to be right now.
Where were you told to go?
I don't. The last time I was told I was allowed to drive my cruiser around, but I don't really need to, so.
Alright, well, if you're here, since everyone's going to be rendezvousing here tomorrow, go ahead and I don't know what BCSL policy is, but I would just recommend going in there.
I don't have, I don't
You don't
have.
have your job yet. Can I open that door?
Yeah, I don't have.
Alright.
I
Go
don't
ahead
have
and follow me
keys to
down.
this shit.
Make sure she gets in before you.
I can open these doors. I just can't open the door to the lockers and all that.
You can open up these doors, but not those ones.
Yep.
Makes no sense.
Said for some reason said I had keys to those two doors and the gate.
So you're SADA employed right now?
Yes.
That's why.
You're going to have to wait till you get your job.
Yeah, it's saying it's left out, so I don't know how to bring it here. It was never put in the garage.
Oh, we can go down there.
Yeah, it's parked out front of this one. I'm so excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Is it actually like a written test and all too?
No. Only if you miss a day.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Are you
Diesel's
staying
like,
here, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Hello, is anybody here from BCSO? Hello? Hello, hello, hello. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I'm good to go. I don't know nothing. Well, I mean, see, I don't know if when they're doing that, I don't know if they're waiting till tomorrow to do ranking job, or if they're waiting till, or they're trying to do that now. I don't know. And because I can't get back through these doors until that happens, and everybody's already back there, I don't know. I don't know when they're planning on. Yeah, I already know the channel. I doubt anybody's on radio. Hold on, let me check. Why don't I have my radio? Why isn't my radio working? Let's put it that way. What? My radio is not working. Why? That's weird. I don't know why it won't let me. I can't use radio in here. I guess they don't have the radios working here. I don't know. Because I have the radio. Not what I want. Want that. I want this. I want this. See, it's an on radio. I have it. It's just not working. I feel like I didn't get certain things in my pocket. Uh-oh, I just locked up. I just locked up. There we go.
Let's go!
Christ.
Spend all of my life breaking all
Scared the shit out of me. Great. I threw my gun and I don't know where it went to. Great. Ugh. Oh, it's right here. I found it. Are we supposed to be getting our jobs and stuff today or tomorrow?
You'll probably get it tomorrow since everyone's already out already.
Okay, so everybody else is left. Okay. Okay. I wasn't sure because like I said, nobody really said anything to me when I got back to the station up in BCSO and everybody just kind of left. I was like, what?
Yeah, you'll get it tomorrow morning.
Okay. I will see everybody tomorrow then.
See you.
All right, guys. Well, that is going to. Hey, what's up? That's actually going to end the stream for today. It's been a long day. I've already been live for 4 hours, not including a few other mishaps with the stream, but it's already been 4 hours. So I'm gonna head off for the day. You guys have a good one, and I'll talk to you tomorrow for day 2 of Academy. But in the meantime, I love you guys. I'm out of here. Bye now.